Angular full course by Simplilearn. Web development is the process of building websites and applications for the internet, and it's a field that's constantly growing and changing. As we move to 2025, the demand for web developers is increasing, especially those skilled in frameworks like Angular, which help build dynamic and scalable web apps. So in this course, we'll guide you through modern web development, starting with the future of the industry and the roadmaps you can follow. You learn Angular from the basics to advanced topics with detailed tutorials. We'll also cover key JavaScript questions to help you get ready for job opportunities. So let's get started. You can also advance your career as a MERN-stack developer with our full stack development course. You can master MongoDB, Express.js, React, and Node.js along with Git, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to build and deploy interactive applications. In collaboration with IBM, this 6-month online bootcamp offers hands-on learning through professional projects, advanced AI coding tools, and job assist services. So join us to gain expertise in full stack development. You can find the course link in the description box and in the pinned comments.
Hey everyone, I'm sure you're all aware that every application that we use today has something called the front end, which is the user interface, and the back end, which is the software that accesses data for us, and finally we have the database to store the data. Now these three together form something called as the full stack. So hi guys, welcome to this video on what is full stack by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So here's what's in store for you. First, we'll have a look at what front-end development is. Then we'll see some of the front-end languages. Then we'll move on to some front-end libraries and frameworks. Then we'll see what back-end development is, understand some of the popularly used back-end languages and frameworks. And finally, we'll have a look at the database. So now what exactly is front end? Every time you open a website, it has several UI components. And once you click on a particular icon, say sign in this case, you get navigated to the sign in or the login page, right? So what happens is that all of these items facilitate navigation and utility. These are collectively called as the front end. So the front end is the visible part of the website or the web application which is responsible for user experience. The user directly interacts with the front end portion of the website or the web application. So now let's have a look at some of the front end languages. So I'm sure you've heard of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So these are collectively called the front end languages. When it comes to HTML, it defines the structure of websites and formats the web pages. It also defines text documentation. So let's look at a simple example. So here I've made use of the h1 tag, which is the heading tag in HTML, and I've displayed the message hello welcome. So correspondingly, my website displays the same message. So HTML is responsible or it defines what is being shown on the website. Next up is CSS. Now CSS is a style sheet that allows you to alter and style different web components, be it size, font, spacing, etc. It makes the content on the website look more decorative, correct? So now if you have a look at the code here, I've added some styling. I've changed the font style to italic. I've made the text bold and I've changed the color to red. And again, correspondingly, all the changes are seen on the website. Moving on, we have JavaScript. Now JavaScript is a very powerful client-side scripting language and it is mainly used for enhancing the interaction of a user with the web page. So again, if you have a look at the code here, I've created a form wherein the user can enter their name. And I've also displayed the message, please enter your name. As a result, an input box is made available where the user can type in their name. Now this is facilitated by JavaScript. So as I mentioned earlier, it is used to make web pages interactive and bring the web applications to life. So next, let's have a look at some front-end frameworks and libraries. Now most of these are JavaScript frameworks and libraries. First we have React, then there's Angular, there's Vue, there's jQuery, and then there's Bootstrap. Now all of these help develop the front end of the application. However, when it comes to React, Angular, and Vue, it's not necessary that you must know everything to create a website. One of them will be sufficient. However, the usage of React is on the rise and most of the developers prefer using React. jQuery and Bootstrap are also powerful frameworks that can be used to create interactive web pages. Now that you know what front-end development is, you must be wondering how the data is being fetched and how this data is being presented in front of you on your screen. Correct? Now this is all facilitated by the backend of the application. So let's understand what backend development is. Now backend basically refers to the server-side development of the application. It is responsible for managing all the database with the help of queries and APIs. So every time the user makes a request, it queries the database and retrieves the data from the database and presents it to the user. And lastly, it ensures data consistency. So now let's have a look at some backend languages and frameworks. Firstly, we have Node. Node and Express.js are packages provided by JavaScript. Then there's Python, which is a very popularly used language. Python frameworks like Django and Flask are popularly used to create the backend of applications. Then there's Java, and Java provides Spring and Java Server Faces, which are also used for backend development. Then there's C#, which provides frameworks like ASP.NET Core and ASP.NET MVC. And other popularly used backend languages are PHP, there's Perl, and Ruby. Database is the collection of interrelated data which helps in efficient retrieval, insertion, and deletion of data from database and organizes the data in the form of tables, views, schemas, reports. Now, some of the commonly used database management systems are MySQL, there's PostgreSQL, there's Microsoft SQL Server, there's Oracle Database, and then there's MongoDB. But how can we at Simplilearn help you? If you wish to make a career as a full stack developer, then a certification will come in handy. For that, you could head to our official website and look for full stack development courses. Now, we offer the full stack Java Developer Masters program. We also provide the postgraduate program in full stack web development, and we also provide the full stack web developer mean stack masters program. You can go ahead and click on the program and have a look at the overview. If this suits your requirements, you can go ahead and purchase the course.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Mobile and web applications are something that we practically can't live without. From ordering food, to booking flight tickets, to making important bank transactions, these apps have made our lives easier. To cope with the changing demands with respect to user experience and security, web development needs to take a robust and efficient approach. This video tells you what the future of web development will look like. So let's begin by understanding what web development is. A web development involves building and maintaining websites and other web applications. A web developer is expected to convert a web design into a website. They're responsible for how a website or web application looks and functions, from its user interface and page layout to backend systems for gathering data. So a lot goes into building a website. There are several tools, frameworks, and packages that help create web applications. HTML, CSS, JavaScript are the basic languages required to develop a website. JavaScript offers several frameworks and libraries like React, Angular, and Vue. JavaScript and its environment like Node.js and Express.js. Node is an open source cross-platform runtime environment that allows developers to create server-side tools and JavaScript applications. Knowledge of the basic command line like npm, Node Package Manager, is essential. But I'm sure you're aware of all this. So what's going to be new? Well, according to experts, there are 4 major future trends in web development. So let's start and decode them one by one. First up is TypeScript. TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript and is an object-oriented programming language. In simple terms, it is just JavaScript with other impressive additional features. TypeScript supports all JavaScript libraries and frameworks. With an increase in code complexity, JavaScript had to fulfill the requirements of OOP, hence that lead to the introduction of TypeScript. TypeScript helps with quicker code development, thus improving performance. There are a few improvements with TypeScript that give it an upper hand over JavaScript. Only at the time of development does TypeScript bring out compilation issues. This reduces the chances of mistakes occurring at runtime. A property of TypeScript is that it is strongly typed or enables static typing. Static typing allows type correctness to be checked at compilation time. In JavaScript, this isn't possible. TypeScript is nothing but JavaScript and some additional features, i.e. ES6 features. Some of these features are interfaces, generics, namespaces, null checking, and access modifiers. TypeScript supports IntelliSense, which provides active hints as the code is added. So considering all these advantages, TypeScript is something that will be widely adopted by teams across the globe. Next up is WebAssembly. WebAssembly is a new way to run on the web. WebAssembly, or WASM, is the second universal programming language that all web browsers can understand and run. However, you're not going to be writing scripts in WebAssembly yourself. It's a low-level assembly language designed to be very close to compiled machine code and very close to native performance. What this means is that JavaScript is no longer the only language you can run on the web. Web browsers can run any language now, if that language has a WebAssembly compiler. Even traditional desktop languages like C++ and Rust can be compiled down to WASM with relative ease. WASM currently runs in 94% of users' browsers, with IE, UC Browser, and Opera Mini support being the main things holding it back, as per usual. However, it's backed by developers from Mozilla, Microsoft, Google, and Apple, and support in modern browsers is fast moving. Next up, we have package managers. Packages, a package manager or package management system, is a collection of software tools that automates the process of installing, upgrading, configuring, and removing software packages for a computer's operating system in a consistent manner. It typically maintains a database of software dependencies and version information to prevent software mismatches and missing prerequisites. NPM is the package manager for the Node JavaScript platform. It puts modules in place so that Node can find them and manages dependency conflicts intelligently. It is extremely configurable to support a wide variety of use cases. Yarn is another package manager that replaces the existing workflow for the NPM client or other package managers while remaining compatible with the NPM registry. It has the same feature set as exciting workflows while operating faster, more securely, and more reliably. Lastly, we have JavaScript dialects. Compiler to JavaScript, there are many JavaScript dialects like CoffeeScript, Dart, Babel, TypeScript, and Svelte that offers better features than JavaScript and ultimately compile to JavaScript. It is likely that these languages will be the future. There are several other predictions like better appreciation for web standard, less client work, and more focus on personal projects, and the need to know more languages. Regardless, the future of web development looks more promising than ever. If you wish to make a career as a web developer, start now.
In 2010, there were over 2 billion internet users, and this number doubled in 2022, with over 5.07 billion internet users currently. According to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, the employment of web developers is projected to grow by 8% from 2019 to 2029, much faster than the average for all occupations. This data demonstrates the unstoppable demand of web developers worldwide in the current IT industry. Many people are motivated to concentrate and become experts in web programming languages that can help them land their ideal career because of the sheer demand of web developers across the world. Yet, only some know how to rule the field and secure a position with the tech giants. Now, that's the topic for discussion today. Hello everyone, and you are already watching Simplilearn. Here we are with the complete roadmap to become a web developer in 2023. Before we start, if you guys enjoy watching these videos and if you are new to our channel, then consider getting subscribed to our channel to get daily updates on latest technological trends and press the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. So, what is web development? Web development is a branch of computer science that deals with creating and maintaining a website or a web application. Every website you come across is a mix of certain methodologies. A website is generally divided into three parts. Front end, the section that is visible to everyone. Back end, the website section is not accessible to the user. Database, where all the data of the website is stored. A web developer not only creates the website, but also ensures that the website should not face any issues right after the deployment. Before moving on to the job profiles, it's important to understand the different fields of web development. Web development is further divided into three parts: front-end web development, back-end web development, and full-stack web development. Front-end web development. Front-end development is the branch of web development that concentrates on user experience. The main motive of the front end is to ensure that the data is presented in an understandable and visually appealing manner. Without front-end development, you would see incomprehensible codes on a website or web application. But thanks to front-end developers, non-programmers can easily use and comprehend websites and web applications. So, how to become a front-end developer? And what technologies do you need to master to call yourself a full-fledged front-end web developer? The first step to becoming a front-end developer is to find yourself a technology that is easy to understand. Many technologies are present in the area, but which one should you choose? HTML creates the structure of a web page. It shows how the content should be placed on a web page. CSS is used to style the web page, because it's important to make it look more appealing to the user. JavaScript, furthermore, adds interactivity to any web page. It can help you create a dynamically active web page by adding elements to engage the user. One should learn JavaScript for logic building as well. Generally, these three technologies, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, are enough to create the basic front end of any web page. You can work on projects like creating a calculator app, an e-commerce website, or even a Wordle game using JavaScript. You can take reference from the videos mentioned in the description box below. Create one of your own. Bootstrap is another front-end technology that is not necessary to learn, but always adds to your skills. A framework based on CSS and JavaScript that is used to make a web page more interactive and mobile-friendly as well. JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, Vue, and jQuery are also used for front-end web development. It depends on the learner if they want to pick one or all of the frameworks. I would suggest you to go for React, as it is the most widely used JavaScript framework. However, some professional developers prefer Vue.js because of its ease of use. Now, these are all the technologies you need to master for front-end web development. But possessing the knowledge of any additional website deployment tool can act as the cherry on top while applying for a job. Netlify and Vercel are free deployment tools to take your application online. It is rightly said that you can master a language only by programming it. So, projects also play a vital role while you go through the learning process. You can create Facebook or a YouTube clone with the help of React.js. The link mentioned in the description box below for the same. So, this is what the proper roadmap for front-end development looks like. What about the salary of a front-end web developer? According to Glassdoor, the salary of a front-end developer in the United States ranges between $50,000 to $100,000, with an average salary of $76,000 per annum, with additional benefits. Next comes back-end web development. Back-end development, the backbone of web architecture, is the term used to describe tasks carried out while executing programs on the web. Backend development handles the server-side functionalities and activities like designing APIs, creating libraries, and working with system components. Since the backend makes an API call and the server-side rendering is handled entirely by the backend functions designed to perform specific tasks, the skills required in backend web development differ from what we came across in frontend. The first step to entering the backend is understanding the concept of web servers. Web server manages websites and responds to user requests by storing, processing, and delivering online pages. When a web server receives a request from a user, an HTTP server accepts it and finds and returns the requested material to the browser using HTTP. Open source platforms that distribute content in response to queries include web servers like Apache and Nginx. The next step in backend web development requires knowledge of programming languages. Additionally, frameworks are collections of libraries that simplify and facilitate programming. Although many programming languages are available, only a few are frequently advised for backend web development. Node.js is a JavaScript framework used for backend API services. The power provided by Node.js and the beauty of JavaScript can be used together to create the backend of a web page. Python and Django. Python is the most user-friendly programming language, and when combined with Django, it makes a fantastic website building tool. PHP with Laravel. PHP is a quick, adaptable, and practical language that runs the most well-known websites and blogs. Laravel and PHP can work on the backend of a web page as well. Now, it depends on you to choose the technology set out of these technologies. To get data from a database, a backend developer writes code that does the relational mapping. MySQL, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, MongoDB, and Oracle Database are the most popular database management systems. You must be quite familiar with how they operate. Using a version control system is the best practice because it allows you to alter the source code whenever you want rapidly. Git, a free and open source version control system, may be the ideal option due to its secure, adaptable, and simple to edit characteristics. Two apps can communicate with one another thanks to APIs, which serve as software mediators. Backend developers utilize APIs to connect services or applications and start conversations to enhance user experience. You should be familiar with some APIs like REST, JSON, SOAP, and JSON. The list goes on, but you can start with any one of your choice. Everything including software, applications, services, and products is moving towards cloud services. A backend developer should know what clouds are and how to use them. Mostly used cloud services are Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft Azure. So you can pick one of these cloud services and then you'll be ready to become a backend developer. You can practice for projects particularly related to any language like PHP. You can also learn how Python and Django are used for web development. Refer to the videos mentioned in the description box below. These videos are specifically designed to make you guys understand the basics of backend web development. So, what salary can you expect after learning backend web development? According to Glassdoor, the salary of a backend developer in the United States ranges between $46,000 to $100,000, with an average salary of $80,000 per annum, with additional benefits. A little above front-end development, of course, the learning path for backend developers is slightly harder than the front-end. Now, coming to full-stack web development. They are individuals capable of developing a website's front-end and back-end. Full-stack technology refers to the total depth of a web application. There's no special technology related to full-stack development. A full-stack developer should know about every technology. There's no shortcut for this. You should know technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, followed by any framework, and backend technologies like Node.js, PHP, and many more. Additionally, a full-stack web developer should know databases, APIs, and almost everything. They have the expertise to handle any task, including customer interaction, system engineering, database management, server administration, and architecture. You cannot follow a specific roadmap to become a full-stack developer. If you are done with both front-end and back-end, congrats, you are good enough to call yourself a full-stack web developer. Reports from Glassdoor.com have shown that a full-stack developer in the United States earns between $50,000 to $125,000 per annum with additional cash benefits. The salary of a full-stack developer makes you apply for a job, but the learning curve is also steep. Everyone could master the programming languages we discussed for different job roles today, but the real deal is to implement your learnings. As you enter an interview, picture yourself stating, "I have a respectable portfolio of projects. I learned about the company's future endeavors which align with my goals." Now, Who could possibly reject that, right? In particular, businesses that want to think creatively and break convention to create something remarkable will never say no to such candidates. Web development is a vast field, and the future looks promising now more than ever.
In this session, we're going to cover the topic of what is Angular. I'm sure all of you use mobile and web applications. Be it from social media to healthcare, e-commerce and net banking, these apps are used by billions of people across the globe. Now, the main reason we use these apps is that they offer seamless user experience and interface. But how are they developed to provide such reliability? One of the frameworks that is widely used to build such robust apps is Angular. So let's dive into the session now. So here is a list of topics that we're going to be covering. First up, we'll see why Angular was introduced. Then what is Angular? Features of Angular, Angular architecture, advantages and limitations of Angular, the learning curve of Angular, and finally we'll look at some of the companies that deploy Angular. So without further delay, let's begin. Why Angular? Now, JavaScript is the most commonly used client-side scripting language. It is written into HTML documents, enabling interactions with web pages in many unique ways. So, as a relatively easy to learn language with almost pervasive support, it is exceptionally well suited to develop modern applications. But the question arises, is JavaScript ideal for developing single-page applications that require modularity, testability, and other features? Perhaps not. However, we have a variety of frameworks and libraries designed to help us with such things. With respect to front-end development, Angular and JavaScript together bring in structure and consistency to your web applications and also provide scalability and maintainability. Now, Angular is specifically developed for single-page applications. So now the question arises, what exactly is Angular? Angular is an open-source JavaScript framework written completely in TypeScript. Now, it was primarily aimed to develop single-page applications and is maintained by Google. Angular as a framework provides a few advantages while also providing a standard structure for developers. It is designed for web, desktop, and mobile platforms. Now, if you have a doubt here as to what exactly single-page applications are, let me help you with that. Now, these single-page applications are basically applications that get loaded just once. So the main page gets loaded onto your browser. So any further interactions does not lead to loading of subsequent pages. Anything that has to be done further is just an addition to the already loaded page. So these single-page applications are primarily developed using Angular. Moving ahead, let's look at the features of Angular. We have 4 features that we're going to be discussing. We have the document object model, TypeScript, data binding, and testing. Now let's look at them one by one. Now the document object model treats an XML or an HTML document as a tree structure. Now here every node in the tree structure defines an object representing a part of your document. Angular uses the regular DOM. Now let's suppose you've made 10 updates on a single HTML page. So every time you make a change, the corresponding DOM or the tree structure needs to be updated. Now Angular updates the entire tree structure of HTML tags. Moving on to our next feature, we have TypeScript. Now TypeScript defines a set of types to JavaScript, which helps you write JavaScript that is easier to understand. Now all the TypeScript code compiles down to basic JavaScript that can run smoothly on any platform. Now TypeScript is not mandatory for developing an Angular application, but it is highly recommended. The main reason it's highly recommended is that it offers better syntactic structure while making the code base easier to understand and maintain. Now TypeScript can be installed as an npm package. Now to do that, you just have to run the command npm install -g TypeScript on your command prompt. Next up is data binding. Now data binding is a process that allows you to manipulate web page elements using the web browser. Now it mainly employs dynamic HTML and does not require complex scripting or programming. It is used in web pages that include interactive components like calculators, tutorials, games, etc. Now incremental display of a web page makes data binding extremely convenient when pages contain a large amount of data. When it comes to Angular, it uses two-way data binding. So any changes made in the UI element is reflected in the corresponding model state. And conversely, any changes made in the model state are reflected onto the UI state. Now, this allows the framework to connect the DOM to the model data via the controller. The last feature we're discussing is testing. Angular uses Jasmine to run its various tests. The Jasmine framework allows various functionalities to write different kinds of test cases. Karma is a task runner for the tests that use a configuration file to set the startup, reporters, and testing framework. So with that, we've covered the features of Angular. So let's go ahead and understand the architecture of Angular. Now, Angular is a full-fledged MVC framework. It provides a strong opinion on how the application should be structured and offers bidirectional data flow and updates the real DOM. MVC, short for Model View Controller, is an architectural pattern that separates the application layer into model, view, and controller. Now, model here relates to all the data-related logic. View, on the other hand, is used for UI logic of the application. And controller is the brain of the setup. Now, it is an interface between the model and view. Moving on, let's look at the advantages of Angular. First up, we have custom components. Angular allows you to build your own components that can pack functionality along with rendering logic into reusable pieces. Data binding. As discussed, Angular allows you to effortlessly move your data from your JavaScript code to the view and react to user events without having to write any code yourself. Dependency injection. Angular allows you to write modular services and have them injected wherever they are needed. This greatly improves the testability and reusability of the same. Don't worry if you can't wrap your head around these topics. We're going to discuss them further in the coming videos. Next advantage is testing. Angular has been built from the ground up with testability in mind. You can literally test every part of your application. Comprehensive. Angular is a full-fledged framework and provides out-of-the-box solutions for server communication, routing, and more. Lastly, we have excellent browser compatibility. Angular is cross-platform and browser compatible. An Angular application can typically run on all browsers, be it Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and platforms like Windows, macOS, and Linux. Now, many versions of Angular have been released ever since its inception. All of these versions have added to the efficient working of the framework. Now, here are the different versions released. First up was Angular 1. It was built on JavaScript and completely based on controllers. Next release was Angular 2. Now, this incorporated the component-based approach, wherein the entire UI was divided into several components and lastly integrated to give the final logic. Next was Angular 4. It included router updation. Angular CLI or Command Line Interface 1.0 was introduced, however not deployed. In this release, the Angular CLI was optimized and commands like ng-update and ng-add were added. In the Angular 7 release, prompts were introduced which provided tips in CLI about the functions being used. In Angular 8, IV Renderer and Bazel were introduced. And finally, the most recent release was Angular 9. Now this came with the better framework and Angular material. Now this completely switched to the IV Renderer as a default compiler. Now that we've learnt about the pros of using Angular, let's look at some of the limitations of Angular. First up is a steep learning curve. Now since Angular is a complete full-fledged framework, it becomes difficult for learners to begin with. You need to be acquainted with simple topics and then move on to more advanced topics to become proficient in this language. Next up is limited SEO options. Now, Angular offers limited SEO options and poor accessibility to search engine crawlers. It's verbose and complex. Now, a common issue faced by the Angular community is the verbosity of the framework. it also poses to be complex compared to other front-end tools. And lastly, migration. Now, one of the drawbacks of Angular is poor migration. Now, it becomes difficult to port legacy code to Angular-style architecture. Also, with each new release, it is painful to upgrade and a lot of them are not backward compatible. Next up, let's look at the Angular learning curve. Now, if you wish to learn Angular, you need to be acquainted with basic topics in Angular. Some of them are directives, modules, decorators, components, services, dependency injection, pipes, and templates. Now, once you've mastered your basics, you will want to go and understand more advanced topics such as change detection, zones, AOT compilation, and rx.js. However, the learning curve of Angular is clear-cut. In the beginning, it could be a little intimidating, but once you start using the tool, it becomes way more easier to comprehend and understand what is going on. And lastly, let's look at some of the companies that use Angular today. Many top-tier companies like Nike, Forbes, Google, HBO, Sony, Upwork, among others, readily deploy Angular. So moving on, let's look at the prerequisites for Angular. First up, we have Node.js. Angular uses Node.js as its base for a large part of its build environment. So as a result, to get started with Angular, you will need to have Node.js installed on your environment. So head to their official website and download the latest release for your corresponding operating system. Next up is the Angular CLI. Now this command line interface is a tool that makes it easier to bootstrap and develop your Angular applications. Now to install the latest version, run the command npm install-g at angular/CLI. You gotta run this command on your command prompt. And finally, to confirm installation, check for its version. Now the next thing that you will need is an IDE or a text editor to type your code. Now there are several IDEs that you can choose from. But in this series, we've used VS Code throughout. So it is available on all platforms. So go ahead and download it if you haven't already. Now moving on to the final part is the demo. Now that you have a basic understanding of Angular and its prerequisites, I think you're ready to create your first Angular application. So let's head to our VS Code and begin. Here, I've created a folder called Angular on my desktop and opened it on my Visual Studio Code. So to create your app, you need to open the terminal. Just go here and select New Terminal. And now type in the command ng new and provide the name for your app. So I'm just going to say hello world. So now this is going to create, just say yes. So basically what happens is that when you run the command, it will automatically generate a skeleton application under the folder that is hello world in our case. And it includes a bunch of files and installs all the necessary dependencies for the Angular application. So this could take a while. So once you've created your application, to run it, first change the directory. So let's say cd hello world. And now use the command ng serve. Now once it's compiled, you need to go to your browser and type in localhost 4200. And once you do that, you can see your UI. You can see that the application has been loaded onto your browser and it says hello world app is running. So this is how you create your application. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now as you can see here, there are many files and folders that are created, right? So let's look at a few of them. Of course, we can't explain everything, but I'll brush through a few of them. So the first main component is basically the root component. Now the root component here is the index.html. So here, if you open the file and see, it's a very small crisp code, right? But the most important thing in the file is this app root element. So what this does is it's basically the marker for loading your application code. So this is extremely important. So the next important file is the main.ts. Now this is a part of the bootstrapping piece. Alright, so the index.html file is responsible for deciding which files are to be loaded, correct? The main.ts file, on the other hand, identifies which Angular module is to be loaded when the application starts. So this is just a brief explanation as to what they are doing. Next, we have the app folder. Now here, we have the app.module.ts file. Now this application module file can be thought of as the core configuration of your application. So here's where the source code starts from. And moving on, we have the app.component.ts. So these are all TypeScript files, hence the extension TS. Now this file basically is the root component of your application. And then we have the HTML file for the same, which defines the appearance of what you can see on your browser. So let me just change the message that is being displayed. So I'll say, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial. So let's save this, and when we go back to our browser, we can see the message, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial being displayed. So like this, we can make a simple change and then it gets rendered onto your browser. So this was just a brief explanation of what happens in the background of your application. First, we'll get acquainted to what exactly Angular components are. Then I'll help you create an Angular component by showing a quick demo. And lastly, we'll learn about component decorator metadata. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel if you love watching new and interesting technology videos. Also, hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So what exactly are Angular components? Now, I'm sure everybody uses web applications, and one of the most widely used applications is Gmail, correct? Now, to help you understand what components are, consider them as Lego blocks. Now, they basically are combined together to form the final application. So in this case, here we have the logo component, then you have a sign-in component, an image component, and then a create account component. Now, all of these components generally don't affect the working of each other. But however, when embedded, they define the UI of your application. So I hope you understood what components are. So to go ahead, let's discuss some of its common features. Now, firstly, they are the building blocks of an application. Generally, you have a root component, which is basically the app component, and then it branches out into other components, creating a hierarchy. And these components are a subset of directives. Now, don't worry about what directives are because we'll cover them later on in the series. But to give you an idea, there are three types of directives. You have the structural directives, the attribute directives, and the component directives. Only one component can be instantiated per element in a template. Now, components are typically custom HTML elements, and each of these elements can instantiate only one component. Now, don't worry, you'll understand this better when I show you the demo. Nextly, a TypeScript class is used to create a component. Now, this class is then decorated with the @component decorator. Now, the decorator accepts a metadata object that gives information about the component. Now, a component must belong to the ng module in order for it to be usable by another component or application. And finally, components control their runtime behavior by implementing lifecycle hooks. So this was just a brief introduction to what Angular components are. Now, you will only be able to understand the working of components when I show it to you practically. So let's head over to our Visual Studio Code. Now here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular Demo, within which I've created an Angular application called Demo Components. Once executed, the browser looks something like this. So if you haven't watched our previous video on getting started with Angular, that is Angular Hello World, I highly suggest you go through that video first. It helps you create your first Angular application. So now let's go ahead and create our first component. Now the command used to create our component is ng-gc and your component name. Once executed, it creates 4 different files. Now let's just see how this works on our VS Code. Now what you can do is head to your terminal and type in the command ng-gc and provide a name for your component. For example, I'm going to just call my component text component. Alright. So what it does is that it creates 4 different files. you can see you have 4 different files that have been created, and finally it updates the file, that is app.module.ts, indicating that this new component has been created. So here in your source folder, within which there's an app folder, and again here you can see that your 4 different files have been created. First is the HTML file, wherein you can define all the code that you want for your component. Next you have the CSS file for your styling. Then you have the .ts file, which includes the component decorator. And finally you have spec.ts, which is basically a unit test file. Alright, and then in your app.module.ts, you can observe that the component that you've created, that is text component, has been imported. That is what the message conveys here. Alright, now let's go back to our app.component.html. Now this basically has all the code for your application, so let me just get rid of it. And I'm just gonna display a basic heading saying hello, welcome. Alright, so let me save it. And if you go ahead and look at your browser, hello, welcome message is displayed. Now let's go back to our component.html file, and here let me provide a message. Let me say h3, and let me display a message saying welcome to this tutorial on Angular components. Alright, now in your text component.ts file, which is your TypeScript file, the selector mentioned here is app-text component. Now go ahead and copy this, and in your final component.html, go ahead and create your custom HTML tag with the selector that you just copied. Now this indicates that the component that you just created, that is the text component, is being incorporated in the final render. So what happens is that whatever is defined in the component.html file is also being rendered in your final output. So when I save this, let's go ahead and check our browser. You can see that the message welcome to this tutorial on Angular components is displayed. So this was a simple creation of a component. Now for this, let's give it some styling. So here, go to your .css file and provide some styling. Say for example here I just say text align, and let me say center. And also in my app.component.cs, I'm going to give the same thing. I'll say h1 text align is center. Alright, so let me save this, and there we go. Now we can also create multiple components and define the tags in the app component. Now the components are executed sequentially. So now let's create another component just to give you a brief insight into it. Let's say ngGC image component. Now here I'm going to be adding the Simplilearn logo. So I'll show you how that works. Now you can see that a new component has been created with 4 files again. So in my assets folder here, I've added the logo. So what I can do is back in my HTML file, I can go ahead and create an image tag. So first, let me just display another message here just to avoid any confusion. And let me say this is the image component. And then let me say image source equals, so the source is basically assets / logo.png, and class equals center. Alright, so you can also head to your CSS file and provide any sort of styling that you need. So let me just say text align to be center, and then let's create a styling for the image, and here I mentioned the code for the image. So let's save this, and from the .cs file, let's copy the selector and create a custom HTML tag in our final component.html file. So So there we go. Let's save this and check the output. And there we go. First, the hello welcome message is displayed. Next, you have the message displayed from the first component, and then you have the second component. So this is how you can create your own components, and don't forget to incorporate these selectors into your final HTML file. So moving on to our next topic, component decorator metadata. Now, as mentioned earlier, the @component decorator accepts a metadata object that provides information about the component. Correct? Here is a list of properties of the metadata object. First up is the selector. Now, basically, the selector is a CSS selector that identifies this particular component in a template. Now, this corresponds to the HTML tag that is included in the parent component. You can create your own HTML tag. However, the same has to be included in the parent component. So to help you understand that better, let's head back to our VS Code and say, for example, in our text component here, the selector says text component, correct? For the time being, let's change it to say n component. All right. Now, when you save it and look at the browser, the message is not displayed. So what we can do is you can copy this selector and then include this here. And now you can see that the same component has been rendered onto your output. All right. So the selector plays a crucial role in that. Next up, we have the template. Now, a template is an inline defined template for the view. Now, the template can be used to provide some particular markup. The markup could typically include some headings or paragraphs that are displayed on the UI. Next up, we have template URL. Now, it is the URL for the external file containing the template for the view. So here you can see, this is basically the external file that contains the template for the view. Next up, you have styles. Now, these are also inline defined styles that can be applied to the components view. So any code that you provide in the .css file can also be included here. Next, you have the style URLs. Now, this is a list of URLs to your style sheets that are applied on your components view. Next up, you have providers. Now, this is again an array where certain services can be registered for your component. Lastly, we have animations. As the name suggests, these are animations that can be listed for your components. First, we'll understand what exactly dependency injection is. Then we'll understand the demerit or the drawback of not using dependency injection. Then we'll understand dependency injection as a design pattern. And finally, I'll help you understand the entire concept with the help of a demo. So let's begin. What exactly is dependency injection? So let's consider this. I'm sure you're aware that Angular uses the concept of components. The entire UI of the application is divided into several components. Now, what if all of these components perform similar tasks, be it accessing the database, rendering images, etc.? Now, instead of writing the same piece of code for every component, you could write the code once and then perhaps inject the same code into every component. Now, this is supported by dependency injection. Now, to give you a better example, consider two classes A and B. Now, let's assume that A uses the objects of class B, and normally in object-oriented programming, an instance of class B is created so that A can access its objects. But using dependency injection, we move the creation and binding of dependent objects outside of the class that depend on them. So dependency injection or DI keeps the code more flexible, testable, and mutable. Also, classes can inherit external logic without having to create on its own. And lastly, DI benefits directives, pipes, and components. Next up, let's have a look at the drawback of not using dependency injection. Now let's consider class postal details that is dependent on the number and the address class. In the postal details class, the constructor creates copies of the number and address. So when you instantiate a new postal details class, the constructor instantiates a unique number and address. Now, although this looks simple, there's a problem with this code. Let's assume that the number and address class constructors now accept parameters. When we change the numbers class, the postal details class gets broken. Now to overcome this, what we need to do is we need to pass parameter to the number constructor. So this applies to address as well. The first drawback of using this traditional method is that the code is not very flexible. Anytime the dependencies change, the postal details class needs to be changed as well. And the second drawback is that the code is not suitable for testing. Once you instantiate the new postal details class, you get the same number and address. Even if you change the number and address classes every time, what if these classes are in turn dependent on other classes? Then it's going to be a chain reaction. So to overcome this, we make use of dependency injection. Now let's look at DI as a pattern. Dependency injection, as you all know, is a coding pattern where a class receives its dependencies from an external source rather than creating them on its own. So here in the above example, we have moved the definition of dependencies from inside the constructor to the constructor's parameters. So the postal details class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. It just consumes them. So the postal dependencies class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. So with that, we overcome the drawbacks of not using DI. So now that you know what exactly dependency injection is and how vital it is, let's look at a simple demonstration to understand the concept better. Now, services, classes, modules, components, all of these are benefactors of dependency injection. So in the demo, I'm going to be showing how dependency injection can be used with the help of services and injecting these services into classes. So the main thought behind this is normally components are used to ensure just a good user experience. These components do not generally execute tasks. So to execute these tasks, we make use of services. So a component can delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, any network related issues, etc. to a particular service. And these services can be made available to components. With the same thought, what I'm going to be doing is I'll be creating a service that performs the task of displaying an employee list. Later, we're going to inject this service into the class using dependency injection. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code for the demonstration. Alright, so as discussed, I'll have to first create a component that displays a button for the employee, and then I have to create a service class and inject it into my component. Now this service holds the employee details such as name, employee ID, email ID, etc. So first, let's go ahead and create a component. So here, let me just type ngGC, and the name of the component I'm providing is empinfo.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Alright, so as you can see here in my app folder, I have the component with 4 different files. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is we have to create a service. So to create that, we make use of the command nggs. You can either give s or service, and the service name I'm providing is records. So let me just say records here. Alright, here you can see 2 files are created. There is a spec.ts file and the .ts file. Alright, so now the service contains all the employee data that needs to be displayed. Right, so let's go ahead and write the data. So first we're going to make use of 3 arrays. I'm going to be displaying employee records for 3 employees. So I'll have to create 3 arrays and provide certain information. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so the array I'm creating is called info1 for the first employee. And I'm going to be passing information like name, employee ID, and the email ID. So the array is of type string, and within which, let me just mention the details. I'm giving random information. I'm just saying Adam Taylor and some random employee ID, and let's say at abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to be creating 3 records, so I'll just copy the same thing and paste for the rest too. Let's just change here, provide a different name here. And same for the last one. And let me change the name of the array as well. Alright, so with the agenda to retrieve this data in our component, we make use of the method for the same, right? So this method returns the employee data. So let's go ahead and create this method. I'm going to call it getInfo and then just say string, and then this will just return this .info1. Alright, I'm going to be calling it getInfo1 for better understanding. Same for the rest too as well. I'm just going to return different arrays here. Alright, and lastly info3. Alright. Now in order to retrieve this information in our component, we need 3 more arrays, right? 3 more arrays that will receive this data. Let's go back to our component.ts file here and then type in the following code. So I've created 3 arrays again, info received 1, 2 and 3. Now what we need to do is we have to accept the information that is being sent from the service, correct? Now as I mentioned, services are implemented with the help of dependency injection. So what we need to do is we'll have to first import the service into the component.ts file. The key reason behind doing this is that when Angular creates this component, an instance of this service class is also made to perform the necessary tasks. Correct? So let's go ahead and just import it here. So I'll say import records service from and let's say records.service. Alright, and what we have to do next is that we must also declare this instance that is being created in the providers array of the component. Alright, so let's just say providers and then say records service. Alright, now we've created the instance of this class, right? However, to access this instance, an object is also created. So this object will in turn access the methods and variables of the service class. So for that, we have to create another object. So let's do that here in our constructor method. Let's say constructor private, and the object I'm creating is called our service. You can give a name of your choice, and then I'm going to just say records service. Alright, now this object will help me retrieve data from the service. So let's go ahead and use this in order to get the employee details. Alright, so I've created 3 different methods here, get info from service class 2, 1 and 3. And these methods will retrieve the data and add it to our array here, that is info received. Alright, and lastly, we'll have to create an unordered list in our HTML file here. We haven't added anything, so let me get rid of this. So now I have to create 3 different buttons for 3 different employees, and when the user clicks on the button, the data is retrieved from the service and then displayed on the UI, right? So as you can see, I've created buttons for 3 different employees, and then I've made use of a bootstrap class called list group info, and then I've interpolated info, which displays the contents of the info variable. Alright, now in order to call the methods in the .ts file, we have to bind them with the button. So since it is bound with the click event, every time you click on the button, the information is displayed. So now the last thing we have to do is we'll have to create a custom HTML tag for the component and then add it to the main component. So let's just do that. Let me copy this here. And then in my app component.html, let me get rid of this. And then let me just create this. I've just created the custom HTML tag for my component. And now just to beautify the code, I'll write a heading. And let's say employee details. And then I'll also add the Simplilearn logo, say image source. I've added the image here, so let me just say logo.png. I've also added some styling to it. Alright. So now let me just save this and have a look at the browser. So here we go. We have the logo here and then employee details heading. And then we have 3 different buttons created, that is employee 1, 2 and 3. And when I click on it, the information of the employee is displayed, the name, the ID and their email address. So yeah, so this is how you can make use of dependency injection and inject a service class into a component. So dependency injection plays a crucial role in Angular. We'll understand what Angular forms are. Then we'll look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. Next up, we'll get acquainted with features like form control and group control. And we'll learn all of this with the help of a simple demo. So without further ado, let's begin. So what exactly are Angular forms? Now I'm sure every application that you use comes with certain amount of form filling, correct? Be it your login credentials or your sign up forms or any sort of registration forms, etc. So forms are an integral part of a web application. You need forms to update your profile or to enter sensitive information, or also to perform any sort of data related tasks. So now let's look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. First up, Angular supports 2 types of form building. First, you have the template driven approach, and second, you have the reactive approach. Now let's look at them one by one. So talking about template driven approach, in this method, the conventional form tag is used to create forms. So Angular automatically interprets and creates a form object with the help of the directives. Now controls can be added to the form using the ng-module tag. Now multiple controls can be grouped using the ng-control group module. So it basically uses several module classes to provide controls. Now if you don't get this, don't worry, you'll understand better when I'm showing you the demo. Next up is JSON values. So form value can be generated using the form.value object. Form data is exported as JSON values when the submit method is called. Lastly, basic HTML validations can be used to validate the form fields. In the case of custom validations, directives can be used. So arguably, this method is the simplest way to create an Angular form. So moving on to reactive approach. Now this approach is the programming paradigm revolving around data flows and propagation of change. Now with reactive forms, the component directly manages the data flows between the form controls and the data models. Now reactive forms are code-driven unlike template-driven approach. Reactive forms eliminate the anti-pattern of updating the data model via two-way data binding. So it does not use two-way data binding. And typically a reactive form control creation is synchronous and can be unit tested with synchronous programming techniques. So now let's go ahead and look at form control and form group. So consider a typical form consisting of fields like name, age, and location. Now a form control is basically a class that enables validation of these fields. For each input field, an instance of this class is created. Now these instances help check the values of the field and see if they're either touched, untouched, dirty, pristine, valid, invalid, and so on. So this allows you to check every field for the value. It makes it easier to understand which field's value is invalid or which field has not been entered, etc. Now moving on to form group. So a form group class represents a group of controls. A form can have multiple group controls. The form group returns true if all the controls are valid and provides validation errors if there are any. So I hope this was clear. So moving ahead, let's look at the demo to explain all of these features. I'm sure it will become extremely clear once you look at the demo. So for that, let's head to our VS Code. So back in my VS Code, I've created a component called form component, and I've also included the Simplilearn logo just to beautify the appearance. So once you execute the code, this is what you're going to see on your browser. So you just have the logo at the moment. The first thing we need to do is we'll have to import the forms module. Alright. So, but before we begin, let me tell you what the use case is. So we're going to be creating a user registration form, which is going to include 4 fields. That is the first name, last name, email ID, and a password. Alright. So now let me show you how to import the forms module. So in your main app.module.ts file, you'll have to import forms module from Angular Forms. Alright. And then in your imports, you'll have to just call it here. Alright. So this is just a simple step. And now once you're done with that, let's go ahead and start our form creation. So here in my component.html, let's enclose the entire form within a div tag. So here, let me say div class is a container within which let me just have one heading which says user registration. Alright, and now let's go ahead and create our form. So first let me just say form. Now I'm going to create a div class for every field. So say div class equals form group. I'll explain it to you a little later. Now first let's create a label. So label tag for, basically it's the first name. So let me just say first name. And the tag will basically have first name again. Alright, and let me just break the line. Next we have the field. So let's say input. Type is text. Name is first name. And we have a class which is the form control class. Alright. So this we have to do for all the other fields. So let me just copy this and paste it like 4 times. I'll also add the tag pre for spacing. Let's do that here. And finally, we'll have the button. So let's just add that here with a type submit. And let's just say submit on the button. So now let's go ahead and change these values here. So here let me just change it to last name. Here as well. And here as well. And in this case, it is going to be email. So let me just change it here. And finally, we have passwords. So let's add that here. Alright, so let's save this and just have a look at our browser. So there we go. We have our user registration form ready, but I would like to align it to the center. So let me just do that. So here in my CSS file, I'm just going to align all the div tags to the center and the label tag to the left. So let me save this and look at the browser now. And there we go. We have our registration form with a logo. So this is how you create a simple form. Now we'll have to add a directive called ngModel. Now this directive, when added into the input tag, will provide form controls to every input field. Alright, so here let's just go ahead and say ngModel. That is it. So let me just copy this and paste it for every other field. Alright, let me save this. And back in my browser, let me inspect. And here you can see different types of classes like ngUntouched, ngPristine, ngValid are added. Right? So this indicates that Angular has recognized the form tag and it has added these classes to the form as well as all the fields. So this is achieved when you add the ngModel directive in your input tag. Now, back in my VS Code. Now every form has an output property attached to it called ngSubmit. Alright, so this property can be bound within a method called the submit method. So once submitted, this method is called. Right, so once we click on the submit button, this method has to be called. So to include that, we'll have to just say form ngSubmit equals submit. Alright, so now we'll have to define the submit method in our component.ts file. So here, let me just go to our component.ts file and let me just get rid of unnecessary code here. And let's define a function called submit. And then here, let me just console log form submitted. Alright, so let me just get rid of this as well. It's unnecessary here. Let's save this. So what it means is that every time you click on the submit button, this method is called. Alright, so let's just have a look at the browser. So first let's go to our console. And when I click on submit, it says form submitted. Alright. So the next crucial step is to generate JavaScript representation. Now we'll have to make use of another directive called ngForm that is assigned to a template variable. Okay, so this JavaScript representation helps with validating all the fields. So I'll help you understand that better. So back in our HTML file, let's just create a variable first. Let's call it login. Alright, and say ngForm. Okay, now the ngForm object includes the JavaScript representation. So now while you're calling the submit method, you're going to pass login as a parameter. So let's just say login here. And in my TS file, again, let's just say login. And along with it, I want login to be displayed. So I say login again. So now let's save this. And if you have a look at the browser, let's click on submit. And now here you can see the JavaScript representation. So within form, I can check for email or say first name. And here for this field first name, you can see different properties attached. You can see invalid. Is it invalid or is it untouched, which is true, or are there any errors? So this basically gives you all information about the particular field. So we can make use of this feature to validate the information. So we're going to learn about that in our next segment. Moving on to form validation, one way to ensure that incorrect fields are not submitted is by disabling the submit button. Correct? Now apart from this, you can also specify certain properties in your input tag for the corresponding input field. Now let's say that the fields can't be empty and the form only accepts names with a minimum length of 2 and the maximum length of 7. Alright, so here in my input tag, I just mention required, meaning this field cannot be empty, and min length to 2 and max length to say 7. Alright. So to check this, let's go to our browser and here let me submit the form without filling the first name, and evidently there has to be an error. So when I submit it and I look here what's in forms and here controls, and my first name, you can see that an error is shown. Here it says required equals true. That means there is one error. Now you can make use of these form control objects. You can leverage form control objects to ensure field validation and display a message whenever an error occurs. Right? So to do that, you need to access these objects like errors or invalid or touched. All of these properties or objects need to be accessed. For that, we'll have to create a template variable. And then this variable is assigned to this object. So back in our VS Code, let's create a variable. Let me call it name. And let's say ng model. Alright. Here the variable name receives the control object. So here back in my browser, when I submit again without the first name, you can see that the invalid property is set to true. Correct? So this helps us use this property to alert the user with the help of a simple if logic. So back in my VS Code, let me create another div tag within which I mention ng if, within which I'm going to use a simple if logic. So let's say ng if name, which is our template variable, name dot touched and name dot invalid is true, right? Then I'm going to alert. So I'm going to make use of an alert here. Let's say alert danger. Alright. So in my CSS file, I'll have to mention the simple styling for alert. So here, let me just say, so we're going to have the background color red for danger, alright? And here I'm going to display the message invalid in bold. So now let's go back to our browser and check it. So let me proceed without entering the last name. It says invalid here. So this was a simple demonstration to show you form validation. Of course, you can modify the code depending on your requirement. Say suppose the length of the first name is too short, then you can alert the user with a different message. Or suppose they have missed out on filling a form field, then you can again alert the user. So you can basically make use of the nested if condition, right? Now just to help you understand that better, let me just show it to you. Now back in my HTML file, instead of invalid, let me have another tag, a paragraph tag, within which I make use of ngIf again. Now ngIf name.errors.required is true. Then I display the message first name required. Alright. And if the length of the first name is not 2, now if the length of the first name is less than 2, then I'm going to display another message. So let me just say name.errors.minLength. If this is true, then I'm going to say sorry, short first name. Alright, so let's save this and have a look at the browser. When I proceed without providing the name, it says first name required. But when I type in one character, it says sorry, short first name. But if I type in another character, it accepts. So I hope this made you understand how form validation works. So this was just a simple demonstration again. Now I highly recommend you explore these properties and play around with these objects. Trust me, it's really fun. So I hope this tutorial helped you out. I'm sure you all know that an Angular app is divided into several components. For example, you have the logo component, you have the sign-in component, an image component, and say a create account component. Now these components are standalone and each of them represents a part of the user interface. Now imagine if all of these components performed common tasks, for example, accessing the database or rendering images on the view, tasks like those. Now instead of having to write the code for every component, you can just make use of Angular services. Now the service can be written once and then injected into all of these components. Now a service could be a function, it could be a variable or a feature that an application needs. So the main use of a service is to write code once and avoid rewriting of it. Now the same code can be injected into several components that make use of this particular service. But what are Angular services? So normally components are used to ensure a good user experience. Now that is the extent of it. Components make sure that whatever is being rendered onto the screen is right and pristine. But in order to execute tasks, we make use of services, and this approach is ideal. So a component can basically delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, validating user input, or logging directly to the console to a particular service. And these tasks can be made available to any component in the app. So now let's talk about a few features of Angular services. Now typically an Angular service is simply a TypeScript class with an @injectable decorator. This decorator tells Angular that the class is a service and can be injected into components that need that service. Now they can be used to share the same piece of code. They can also inject other services as dependencies. Now these services hold valuable business logic and can also be used to interact with the backend. Now for example, if you want to make AJAX calls, you can have methods to those calls in a service and then use it as a dependency in files. And as mentioned earlier, it can be used to share data among several components. In Angular, services are singleton, meaning that only a single instance of a service gets created and the same instance is used by each and every building block in the application. And finally, a service can be registered as a part of a module or it can be registered as a part of the component. Now to register it as a part of the component, you'll have to specify it in the provider's array of the module. I'm sure you'll understand the concept of services better if we look at a simple demo. So in the next section, we're going to look at a demo, but before that, let me tell you the use case. So basically in the demo, what we'll do is we'll create an employee details list. Say for example, you will have employee information like name, employee ID and their email ID. We'll create a database of say 3 employees. And on the browser, when you click on the employee button, it displays the information about that particular employee. And at the end, we can also add information to the employee's details. So without delay, let's head to our VS Code and start learning Angular services hands-on. So here, first I've created a folder called demo_Angular, within which I've created a file called hello world. So this was previously used for a tutorial, so the name is just hello world, so don't get confused. However, when you look at the browser, I've written an initial code here, which is Angular services, and I have the Simplilearn logo. So back in my browser, this is what the UI looks like. So to understand the concept of Angular services, first let's go ahead and create a component. So here I'm going to say ng gc einfo. I'm creating a component for employee information. So as you can see, inside my app file, we have the einfo component, which has these 4 files. So if you're wondering what exactly components are and how this is working, then I highly suggest you watch our components video first. So now let's go ahead and create a service. So I'm just typing in the command ng g service. Here G stands for generate, and we're generating a service, and the name of the service that I'm providing is data. So now it creates a service which is going to be a .ts file. So you can observe that .service is appended. This indicates that it is a service. Alright. As mentioned earlier, we have to display the employee details. Correct? So for that, in my component.ts file, I'm going to create an array that displays the employee information. In our case, I'm creating 3 different employee records. So for that, I'll have 3 different arrays. So let me just call the arrays info received 1, indicating this is the information of first employee. And this is going to be of type string, and I'll just initialize it to null for now. Alright, and I'm going to create 2 other arrays, and let me just change the name of the arrays. Alright, so now to retrieve the information, I'll have to create a method. Again, I'm creating 3 methods for the 3 different employee records. So I'm going to call the array getInfo from service 1, indicating it's again for employee 1. And I'm just going to leave it as it is for now. I'll tell you how the information is being received. And I'm going to do the same for the other 2 employee records. So let me just copy paste, and here I'm just going to change the name of the methods. Alright, so this is the initial code for retrieving information. However, we'll have to create the employee record in our service. So back here in my data.ts file, what I'm going to do is I'll create 3 different records for the employees. So let me say info1, which is going to be of type string. All right. And let me just give random names. Say, for example, I say John Matthew. All right. And employee ID, say E354. And let me just give a random email ID and say jm@abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to do the same for the other 2 records. So let me just create another one and call it info2. And the name I'm providing is, say, Rob Wilson, with a different employee ID, say 673. And I'm just going to make it rw@abc.net. And another record for employee number 3. And I'm just going to say Rose Adams with some employee ID and an email ID. All right. So now we've created the employee records. So what I have to do is I have to create a method that returns these employee records. Correct? So for that, I'm just going to create another method called getInfo1, which is of type string. And it just returns this .info1. All right. Similarly, for the rest of the 2 records, I'm just going to retrieve them. Let's say info2 and get info2. And again, I'm just going to make it get info3. And this is going to return info3. All right. So I'm sure you've got an idea as to what I'm doing here. So basically, this information is going to be retrieved in our employee component, correct? So for that, I'll have to make use of dependency injection. So here, I'll have to import the service that I've created. So let's go ahead and say import. The service was data service, all right, from /data.service. All right. Now, the main reason we're doing this is to tell Angular that when the component is created, the service instance is also created. And this instance is being used to perform particular tasks. And for that, we'll also have to include this in our providers array. So here, let me just say providers. And let's say data service. Now, to access this instance of service that is created, we make use of a property. So this property basically allows us to access all the methods that are defined in the service class. All right. So here in my constructor method, I'm just going to say private. And you can give any name for your property. And here I'm just giving the name D service. All right. And which is of type data service. All right. So now with the help of this property, I can retrieve information from the service class. So here I'm just going to say this dot info received equals this dot D service dot get info1. All right. So what it basically does is that it calls the get info1 method in our service, which returns the information of the first employee. And this information is being stored in the array that is info received 1. So similarly for the next two methods, I'm just going to use the same piece of code. Let me just change it here. And same for the third one. Alright. So now that we have the logic behind what is being displayed, let's go ahead and create the UI for it. Here in my HTML file, I'm going to create an unordered list. And now I'm going to make use of the ng for directive to basically loop over the record and display everything. So for that I have to make use of a particular variable. So I'll just say let info of info received. So you can check here in our TS file, the array is info received, correct? So I'm going to make use of the same array here. And since it's displaying the first employee record, I'm just going to say info received 1. Alright, and let me just create a class, a bootstrap class of list group item, of list group info, and we're just gonna have to interpolate info. Alright, that is basically going to display what the information holds, what the info variable holds. Alright, and here as well, let me create a bootstrap class called list group. Alright, I hope this was clear to you. So basically here, the information is being retrieved with the help of this method, right? That is get info from service 1. So in order to call this method, we'll have to bind it with a button. Alright, so that's what we're going to do. Let's just copy this, and here I'm going to create a button. Alright, and the type is button, with name button again. Alright, so I'm going to bind it with the click event. So what happens is that when I click on it, this particular method gets called. Alright, I'm just pasting the method here. And finally, let's just provide the name employee1 for the button. Alright. So similarly, we'll have to do the same for the other two records as well. Let me just make this look better. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste the same twice. And here I'm going to just change the names. I'll say 2 here. And this is again for employee 2. And I'm going to change this as well. It's going to be it's going to be info received 2. This is going to be info received 3. And finally employee 3. Alright. And lastly, we'll have to include the selector, that is app-e info, in our main component .html. So here, let me just create a custom tag. Alright, and save this. So now let's go back to our browser and see what it looks like. So here you can see that 3 different buttons have been created for employee 1, 2 and 3. And when you click on it, it retrieves the information, that is the name, the employee ID and their email IDs. So we've successfully created an Angular service and injected it into our component to retrieve information. Alright, so now the last part of the use case that we discussed was to add another detail, that is the employee detail, in the record. Alright, so for that we'll have to take input from the user, and in our case we're taking the location. Now we're also adding the same location for all 3 employees. So this is what services do. They can be used to update, modify, alter anything that happens in the backend. So you can tweak the code a little bit, and you can change the entire view of your application. You can add information, you can delete, you can retrieve, you can alter, etc. Alright, so for that, what we're going to do is, back in the HTML file, we'll create a form that basically takes the input. So I'm just going to say form, alright, within which I'm going to be defining a div class, within which I'm going to be defining a div tag, inside of which I'll have the input tag of type text, and the name I'm going to be providing it will be location. Alright, and we'll have a value, and I'll just leave it blank, and finally I'll have ng model. So if you're confused as to what I'm doing here, then I suggest you watch the Angular Forms video. It basically teaches you how to work around with Angular Forms. Alright, and now after this we're gonna have a button. So let me say button. Alright, and I'm going to just say add info. Okay. Alright, so now when I'm creating the form, I'll also have to create a template variable to access all the values within my form. So if I have to access the location, then I'll need a variable to access it. So here, let me just go ahead and create a template variable. Let me call it frm, and I'm going to make use of the ng form directive. So this tells Angular that this variable can be used to access all the values within the form. And since I'm using form here, I'll have to import it in my module file. So here I just go ahead and say import forms module from Angular Forms, and here in my imports I'll just say forms module. Okay, so I've imported the forms module. So now back in my HTML file, what I'm going to do is that I'll have to make use of this template variable to update my information, correct? So I'll have to create another method that will update information into the records. So here in my component.ts file, I'll have to create another method, and I'm going to call this method update info method. Alright, and this basically takes in the template variable, that is form, and let me just specify any. Okay, and what this is going to do is that it updates the record, correct? So I'm going to say this dot dservice dot add info. Now you must be wondering what add info is. I'll just let you know in a minute. And the value that I'm going to be passing will be the value that you've provided as an input, which is nothing but form dot value dot location. Alright, so now what happens is that I'll have to again specify what add info is, and this method is going to be defined in the service file, correct? So here I'm going to create another method that's add info, and I'm going to pass info as a parameter. And what this method does is that it just pushes the information or the data into the arrays. So since I'm going to be pushing the same information into all of these arrays, that is info1, info2 and info3, I'm just going to say this dot info1 dot push of info. Alright, and the same for the other two arrays as well. Let me just change these. Alright. So what exactly I'm doing is that I have a method called add info, which gets information from the component. Alright, and it basically pushes this information into the array. And also I'll have to return it. So I'll say return this dot info1. Alright, and I'll save it. And here we have another method called update info, which basically calls the add info method in our service and passes the value to it. And in my HTML file, also note that the button type here is submit and not button. So what happens is that now the value that we've received as an input has to be passed on to the method, that is update info. So here I'll say ng submit, and I'm going to call the method update info, and I'm going to pass frm as the argument. And now let's save this and execute. So alright, here you can see that we have an input field and a button saying add info. So now I can just go ahead and say type USA, and when I say add info, and when I check on my employee 1 details, USA has been added to the list, and same goes with employee 2 and employee 3. So I hope this simple demo on Angular services helped you understand the concept better. I highly recommend you play around and explore other possibilities. Let's understand what exactly is Bootstrap. Bootstrap is a powerful toolkit, basically a collection of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript tools for creating and building responsive web applications and pages. It is a free and open source project based on GitHub and originally created by Twitter. Now, to put it more easily, Bootstrap is a giant collection of handy, reusable bits of code written in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's also a front-end development framework that enables developers and beginners to design quick and responsive websites. Now, there are several advantages to using Bootstrap. To name a few, Bootstrap comes with a responsive grid. You don't have to spend time working on your layouts. Bootstrap comes with its own code for automatically resizing images based on the current screen size. It also comes with different components that you can use for your web page. These components could be navigation bars, drop-downs, progress bars, thumbnails, etc. It also offers excellent documentation and is customizable. So Bootstrap comes in extremely handy to create responsive user interface. So now, before using Bootstrap, it needs to be embedded into your application. So let's see how to embed Bootstrap into Angular. Now there are two ways to do it. First up is by using the Bootstrap CDN or the Content Delivery Network. Now this enables users to load CSS, JavaScript, and images remotely from its servers. The other method is to use Bootstrap NPM. Bootstrap, jQuery, and other packages and frameworks can be installed via the command prompt. In the tutorial that I'm going to be showing you, I've embedded Bootstrap using NPM. Alright, so I'm sure you'll only understand the concept better when you look at a demo. So let's go ahead and create an application with the help of Angular Bootstrap. So in this tutorial, what I'm going to be showing is the creation of a blog post. So let me show you what we're going to be doing. So here I've created a simple blog for Simplilearn, and I've added the Simplilearn logo. I've also written a few lines about Simplilearn and what they offer. I've also mentioned their tagline, and when you scroll down, you can see that I've mentioned the different courses they're offering. And when you click on the More Info button, it navigates to the official page that gives you the overview for that particular course. So this is for Lean Six Sigma, the same for full stack web development as well. And the same for the last one, that is cybersecurity. And finally, I've added a simple video here to just make it more beautiful. So I've added a simple video. And lastly, I've also linked our YouTube channel. So when you click on the YouTube icon, it will navigate to the YouTube channel, to our YouTube channel here. Alright, so this is what we're going to be creating using Angular Bootstrap. So I'm hoping you're all ready for it. So without further delay, let's jump in. So first, let's find the template that we want to use for our blog. So for that, I'm going to just go ahead and say Bootstrap blog template, and I'm just going to click on the first link that I get, and here you can choose the template that you like. So I'm just going to look for more templates here, and the one that we are going to choose is this one, so which is small businesses. So you can go ahead and click on that. You can then click on live preview. And once you do that, you can just say view frame source. So here you can see that the HTML code is available. It has the head section and then the body section. So the head section consists of a lot of meta tags, and then you have the title. And then you also have the CSS file references. And then if you look at the body tag, you have different code for different parts of the UI. There's code for navigation bar, and then you have page content code, heading row, call to action, and all of that. And lastly, you have the footer. So what we're going to be doing is that we'll take all of the code, and then we'll have to create components for each of it. And then we'll include all the components in our main HTML file. So that is the best practice that Angular uses. So we're going to make use of components. And you can also see that when you scroll down, you can see that it has certain dependencies. So here it has the Bootstrap dependency, and then you have jQuery. So we'll have to download them. So we'll have to install them. And as mentioned earlier, we're going to be installing them with the help of npm. So for that, we'll have to head back to our VS Code. Here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular Demo. And then I've also created a file called Demo Components. And here, I'm just going to say cd demo components, within which I'll say npm install jQuery. So this could take a while, and once you've installed jQuery, go ahead and type npm install bootstrap. Alright, so we've successfully installed jQuery and Bootstrap. So now we need to add the references to these JavaScript files. To do that, go to your angular.json file, and here we'll have to add them in our build section. So here you can see we have styles and scripts. So in our scripts array, we define the relative path to these JavaScript files. So these files are generally stored in your node modules. So go ahead and here you can look for bootstrap. Here you go, and then in your dist file, and then click on JS, and then you can see you have bootstrap.min.js. Well, I'm sorry, we need bootstrap.bundle.min.js. So here you can just right click and say copy relative path, and back in my JSON file in my scripts, I'm gonna just paste it here and make sure to make it a path by providing // Alright, and then the next thing we need is the jquery.min.js file. So for that, again, in our node modules, you'll have to look for jQuery. So here there's jQuery, and then click on dist, and then we have jQuery.min.js. So again, let me just copy the path and paste it here. Follow the same procedure for this as well. Alright, so we've embedded both our files in our angular.json file. So now in our code here, in the beginning, they've also included the CSS file. So we'll have to embed that as well. So here back in Bootstrap, let me just add the CSS file as well. That's bootstrap.min.css. I'm just going to copy the relative path and just provide it here. Let me just change these to /. Okay, so we have our custom style sheet. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and just paste it in our, and then you can just paste it here. All right. So I think we've added all the dependencies and the custom style sheet and everything. So now let me just close all of these files. What we can do now is that we can go ahead and take the code from the source here. So I'm just going to copy the body tag. All right. So I'm going to copy this till the footer, and then I'm just going to paste it in my component.html file. So as mentioned earlier, I will create components and then place the code for specific parts of the UI in these components. So let me just see if I've got everything here. Okay. So I'll be creating 4 components. The first one will be for the navigation bar. The second will be for the introduction. And then the third one will be to display the courses that we're providing. And then lastly, we'll have the footer component, right? So first, let's create these components. I've also created a components folder here in my app folder. So I just have to type in the command nggc. First, we'll create the component for the top navigation bar. So I'm just saying nggc. So I'm just going to say components /navbar. All right, so the component has been created. So what I'm going to do is I'll just copy this and paste it here. All right, and the next component I'm going to be creating is for the introduction, right? So I'll say ng gc components / intro. All right, so I will have to take this code here. I'm also going to be including the call to action part, so I'll just copy paste this one in my intro.html file. So let me do that, and then I'm going to have the main course content component. So for that I'll say ngGC components / courses, and we're gonna copy the next part of the code, all right, until till the footer. Let me just add it here, and finally we're gonna create the component for the footer. So I'll say ngGC components / footer. And the last part of the code, I'm just going to add it there. All right. So now we'll have to create the custom HTML tags for these components and then place it in our HTML file, right? So first one that we created was the navigation bar. So here, head over to the TS file, just copy the selector, and then here, and then in our app.component, let me just create the tags. Similarly for intro, just gonna copy the selector, and then for courses, so we have app-courses, that as well. And then lastly we have the footer component, so let me just copy that. Paste it here. Alright, so we've included all the components. So let's just run this application and see if everything is displayed intact. So here, let me just say ng serve. So when you execute the command, you can see that the template is being displayed. So you have the navigation bar, you have the intro component, and then we have the courses component, and finally we have the footer component, right? Okay, so now that we have the template ready, we can go ahead and customize it according to our needs. So now I'm going to be making a few changes to the code. We're going to add the Simplilearn logo. We're going to change the tagline here. We're going to display something else over here. All right, so let's go back to our VS Code to customize and display the final output. So here, the first thing that I'm going to be doing is changing the message here. I'm going to display Simplilearn. For that, in our navbar component, let's go to the HTML code. And here, instead of start bootstrap, let me just type in Simplilearn. All right. So when you save it and when you look at the browser, you can see that Simplilearn is displayed. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to add the image, right? A Simplilearn logo. So what I've done here is I've already added the logo .png file in my assets folder. So I'll just go ahead and provide the path to this. So that's going to be in our intro file. So here, image source is going to be assets / logo.png. So let me save this. So there we go, the logo is displayed. So the next thing is we'll have to change this part of the UI. So the information that I want to display is this. I'm going to be displaying world's #1 online bootcamp and other information. So what I'm going to do is back in my VS Code, I'm just going to delete this, and instead of that I'm just going to copy this. That's world's #1 online bootcamp, and then within the paragraph tag I'll display something else. So let me get rid of this. Let me just copy the information that I want to display, paste it here, and let me just give a line break. Let me save this and see if it's displayed. So yeah, we can see that the information is being displayed. Next up here, instead of displaying call to action message, I'm going to display a explore programs message. So let's go back to our VS Code. Let me just say explore programs here. And then lastly, instead of this message here, I want to display the message get certified, get ahead with our programs. So back in our VS Code, I'm just going to get rid of this. And paste this instead. So when you have a look at the browser, let me refresh this. You can see it displays the message get certified, get ahead, and all of that. Well, now what I'm going to do is I'm really not happy with the font size and everything. So I'm just go ahead and add certain styling. You can customize this and provide your own font size and all of that. So here I'm just going to mention style and then say font size, and I'm going to make it XX large. All right, so let's see. Yeah, all right, so it's the font size has increased, so I think I'm happy with this. All right, so the next thing we have to do is add information here for our courses. So back in our VS Code, we'll have to go to the courses component. So here I'm going to just type in the code for the different courses. So I already have it here. So the first thing is this message that I want to display. Let me just copy that. And for our first tag, I'm just going to say postgraduate program in Lean Six Sigma. And the next information I'm going to be providing is the duration. So here, let me just get rid of this. Paste that here. Let me just break the line to beautify the code. And here for our reference link, I already have the link here. So I'm just going to paste that. So once you click on the more info button, it will automatically navigate to this page. All right. So let me save this. Next up, I'm going to do the same for the other two courses as well. So it says postgraduate program in full stack development. And then we're going to mention the duration and the cohort. So let me paste that. I'll also provide a line break. And then link, I have it here, so I'm just going to paste that. And finally, for the third card, I have the third link here. Let me get rid of this extra code and paste this instead. And then let's also provide the link for the same. Alright, so let me save this and have a look at the browser. So you can see that the information has been added. You can see it displays postgraduate program in Lean Six Sigma, full stack development and cybersecurity. So once I click on more info, it leads you to that page that shows the overview. Alright. So now the next thing on the agenda was to display a short video and then the link to our YouTube channel. So let's go ahead and add that in our courses component. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the code to add a video from Google, and then I'm going to provide the source, which is going to be the video that I would want to display. So I've received the code. I'm just going to paste it here. So you can get the code on Google. So go ahead and just paste that. Also for the source, I have a video in my assets folder, which I have provided here. So when I save it and look at the browser, here we go. You can see the video here. Alright. And once clicked, it starts playing. Alright. And lastly, we'll have to provide the logo for YouTube and then the link to navigate to the YouTube page. So let's go ahead and do that. So here again, I've pasted the code for the YouTube logo. So here you can see that I've added the image that is youtube.png in my assets folder, and I've provided the source. And accordingly, I've also added the styling. I've provided a white background and I've also aligned the text to the center of the page. Alright, and I've also displayed the message saying check out our YouTube channel for technical videos and tutorials. And then I provided the link to our channel on YouTube. So let me just save this and head back to the browser. And here you can see that we have the YouTube logo and we have the message displayed. So once you click on the logo, it navigates to the Simplilearn channel on YouTube. Alright, so if you want, you can also change the message here for the footer. So here in footer.html, I can just remove this and paste this. I say Simplilearn Solutions and all rights reserved. When I save it and look at the browser, it must get updated. So yeah, there we go. So with the help of Bootstrap, we have successfully created a website which is basically a blog, and we've also added the reference links and images and logos to customize it according to our requirements. So yeah, this is it. This is how you make use of Bootstrap and embed it into your Angular for more responsive and better user interface. Let's have a look at the basics of routing. Now I'm sure that you've observed that the URL changes every time you click on a particular link or on an icon on the user interface, correct? Now this basically indicates that you are navigating throughout the application. Now to achieve this navigation, we use a mechanism called routing. Routing is essentially used to navigate through a website or a web application. But how is it achieved in Angular? Especially in Angular, routing plays a major role. It is used to create single-page applications. Now these applications are loaded just once and new content is added dynamically. Applications like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and Gmail are a few examples of single-page applications. The best part of using single-page applications is that it provides an excellent user experience and you don't even have to wait for new pages to load, which by extension makes single-page applications extremely fast. But how is this new content loaded? Enter routing. Now routing is the mechanism that, as discussed earlier, that is used to navigate through the application and load new content. Routing helps Angular configure the route and the component that needs to be displayed. Now I'm sure you're going to understand the concept of routing better when you work on it hands-on. So in the demo, we're going to be navigating to the login and the home pages of a web application with the help of routing. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code. So basically, the objective of our application is to navigate to home and the login pages. So when I click on the login icon here, it loads the login page. And here you can see the extension /login. And similarly, with home, once you click on it, some new information gets added and the URL changes with a /home appended. Alright, so this is the main objective of our application. So to create it, let's head back to our VS Code. Alright, so here I've created a folder called demo_angular and I've created a file called demo routing. Now the first thing you want to do is open the index.html file and make sure that the base tag is added. Now although this is generally added when your app is created, if it is not, then add a base tag with href attribute which is set to a /. Alright, now this is generally done to tell Angular to construct the URL while navigating with a /. Alright, and the next thing you want to do is open your app.module.ts file and check if the app routing module has been imported. If not, go ahead and import it and then also mention it in your imports array. With that, the initial setup is done. Now to create the nav bar, the code that I'm going to be using is already explained in the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap. I highly suggest you go through that video before watching this. So the code is already available. I'm just going to create a component and write the code for it and paste the code in it. So let's do that. Let me say ngGC navbar. Alright, so this component is now created. Now here in my HTML file, I'll just get rid of this and paste the code for the navbar. So here we go. I've pasted the code for the navigation bar. And back in my app.component.html file, I'll just remove all the unwanted code here and just specify the custom HTML tag for my navbar. So let me just create one here. Alright, let me save this. Let me just run the application and see if it's displaying correctly. Alright, so when I open the browser, the navigation bar has been created along with these different options, that's home, about, services and login. Alright, and we also have the Simplilearn icon here. Alright, now the next step is to generate the components to display the login page content and the home page content. Now again, I have used Bootstrap to define the user interface for these files. You can easily find the code online. Just search for Bootstrap login templates, and depending on your requirements, you can choose the appropriate one. So first, let's create the components for my two files, that is for the home component and the login component. So let's go ahead and do that. ngGC, I'm just going to call it login for my login component. Alright, and then I'm going to say ngGC home for the home component. Alright, so I'm just going to copy the code for the login component. So back in my login.html file, I'll just paste the code here. Okay. Also note that I've added the Simplilearn logo in my assets folder and then just provided the source for it here in my login component. Alright. So next up is the home component. And if you've seen the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap, you might have seen that we created 3 different components, that is intro, courses and footer, which included the content for the intro message, for the courses and the footer message, correct? So here we're going to just paste the code for all of these 3 and then just display it when the home button is clicked. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'll just paste it here. So this basically has all the content. One thing I want to tell you is that in the previous video, we made sure that the code was written in 3 different components. However, for this, I've just added all the code in the same component. Now, I agree that this is not the best practice. So if you want, you can go ahead and create 3 different components and separate the code into these 3 components and just add the custom HTML tags in your home component. I'm just hoping you're following me right now. And also here in my assets folder, I've added a video and the YouTube logo that needs to be displayed when the home icon is clicked. Alright, so now that we've created the home and the login components, the next step is to configure the routes for the application. Alright, so here you can see that we have a file called app-routing-module.ts file. So here we have the routes and the router module that is imported, and we also have a constant called routes, which is strongly typed to routes from the router package. Alright, now this array is used to define all the possible routes in the application. Now each route is basically an object with a path. So here in my routes array, I'm just going to go ahead and create the paths. That is, we have 2 different routes, right? One is for login and one is for home. So I'm just going to create a path object. So let's say path. Within curly braces, I say path. And then the path that I'm going to give is login. This is basically what will appear on the URL. Alright. And the component that needs to be navigated to is nothing but the login component. So let me just say login component. As you can see, the login component has been automatically imported. Now same with the home path. So let me just say path home, and the component that needs to be rendered is the home component. Alright. Now the next step is to link these routes to a button in the nav bar, that is the home and the login button, right? So we're going to make use of the nav tag and an anchor tag for this. You can see that we have a nav tag and an anchor tag which encloses the login and the home components. Alright. Now we're going to make use of 2 directives from the router package called router link and router link active. Now these are specified within the anchor tag. The router link basically holds the path to the page, and the latter, that is the router link active, specifies 1 or more CSS classes that will be applied when the router link is active. Alright, so to do that, let me just add router link. Alright, in our case it is home here, and we're going to have another directive called router link active, and we're just going to say active here. Alright, same for the login icon here. Let me just copy this, and instead of home, the path we created for this was login. Alright. So this is how you can bind the route to your specific button on your UI. Now, despite of all this, how are we specifying where these components are to be displayed? Right? The answer to this is using the router outlet directive. Now again, this directive is available in the router package. So we have to add that in our app component.html file. So here, just go ahead and type router outlet. Alright. So with that, we've created a simple navigation bar which has different options, that is home, about, services and link. And once the user clicks on the home icon, it displays the content that is in the home component.html file. And once the user clicks on the login component, it displays the content in the login.html file. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's go to the browser and see if it executes correctly. So, alright, we have the navigation bar. And once I click on the home icon here, alright, yes, we see that all the content has been loaded. You can see we have the intro section, we have the courses section and the footer section as discussed. And the most important part is that here in our URL, you can see that /home has been appended. This shows that a route has been created that navigates to the home component. So we've successfully created a route here. And for login component, when I click on this icon, you can see that the path changes here and the login component gets displayed. Alright, so this is how routing is achieved in Angular.
So let me show you how our application will look like. So like this, our application will look like. Here you can add anything like, share and comment. You can also remove it or mark as done like this. You just have to click and just remove if you want. So from here you can just write anything and just add, or like this if it's done or you want to remove it. So before we jump to the coding part, let me just tell you about an Angular overview. So what is Angular? Angular is an open source JavaScript framework written in TypeScript. Google maintains it, and its primary purpose is to develop single-page applications as a framework. Angular has clear advantage while also providing a standard structure for developers on a team to work with. It enables users to develop large applications in a maintainable manner. So there are so many advantages using Angular, but the two I love the most is data binding and browser compatibility. You can also check out our videos on Angular for deep understanding. So what is data binding? Angular enables users to effortlessly move data from JavaScript code to Vue and react to user events without having to write any code manually. And the browser compatibility, as Angular is a cross-platform and compatible with multiple browsers, an Angular application can typically run on any browsers. For example, Chrome, Firefox and others such as Windows, macOS and Linux. So let's open our Visual Studio Code. Let's cut this. The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna create an Angular project. For that, let's open our command prompt. In this command prompt, we'll write a command npm install -globally at Angular CLI. Press enter. So for this, you must have Node.js and npm installed in your system. It'll take a couple of seconds to install the files. Let's wait a minute. Meanwhile, let me tell you why we use Angular. JavaScript is the most commonly used client-side scripting language. It is written in HTML documents to enable interaction with web pages in many unique ways. As it is relatively easy to learn language, it is well suited for developers for modern applications. Let's wait a couple of seconds more. So our Angular application is installed. So now we're gonna create a project. For that, we're gonna write ng new and the project name. Here I'm gonna write Angular app. Press enter. We're gonna ask you few steps. Yes, I'm gonna type CSS and it will install all the necessary packages. Let's wait a couple of seconds more. Let's discuss some other things about Angular. JavaScript ideal for developing single page applications that we all know, but that requires modularity, testability, and developers' probability. Perhaps not. These days, we have a variety of frameworks and libraries designed to provide alternative solutions. With respect to front-end frameworks, Angular addresses many, if not all, of the issues developers face when using JavaScript on its own. So Angular is the best app or tool to develop applications. So Angular is the one thing I love the most. So let's wait a more seconds. So all the packages are installed successfully. So now let's open our Visual Studio Code. Let's cut this, and inside this let's open our folder. You can check the path of the file where you have installed this. So in my system, it's in the user. Here, and Angular app is here. So I'm gonna open it. So this is what it will open. So most of the code we are going to do is in this source file. So we're gonna open this app. So let's delete this. We're gonna not need it in our application. We don't need routing as well. And now let's open style.css. Let's delete this and let's write some global styling here. First write margin, give it a 0, padding 0, border box and font family sans serif. Let's save this file and let's open index.html. So here it's Angular app. Now let's just run this and see how it's looking. For that, let's type control and backtick to open the terminal, or you can also go here let me just first zoom out a little, then new terminal, inside this new terminal, I'm gonna write ng-serve open. Let me show you. So we're gonna type yes, enter. Let's wait a couple of seconds. So as it's saying, this can't compile. So let me see the issue here. It's saying most of the times the app routing, the file that I have deleted. So because this file has been called somewhere, because of this error is coming. So I'm gonna go here and see where this file is called. So we're gonna remove this part, this app routing module part. Now let's save it. Now let's see where are the issues here. Let's again do the compiling until it's being compiled. We're gonna see where are the this is the HTML file, the CSS component is empty, this HTML only, the issue is coming, so it must be in the last of this. Yeah, let's remove this, save this file, and as you can see, it's compiled successfully. We're gonna go again to our Angular application. As you can see, it's showing this. So to create a new component, we're gonna write this command ng generate component and the file or the project name. Angular material, for that we're gonna write this command, and like this there are so many other commands also. If you want to learn Angular, you can just click on that and it will open the Angular IO tutorial part. So we don't need that. Let's delete this, and the application that we have created, let's delete it also. Let's minimize this and let's work on our code. Let's minimize this as well. We don't need components, so let's delete this part. Let's delete this, and here we'll write app. It's here. I'll use h1 tag, and inside this I'm gonna write from Simplilearn. Let's save it and see in our browser. It's saying hello from Simplilearn. Isn't it amazing? Let's write here Angular Todo App. Let's just save it. It's saying Angular Todo App. Now Let's make it under header tag. Let's write this one between this. So we'll make this under header. It's working fine. Now I'll create a component. For that, I'll create a new terminal. In here, I'll write a command ng globally components. In that, I'll write todo. Enter. So as you can see here, component inside this app has been created under todo. So here, as you can see, so many todo components and TS file has been created, a TypeScript file. So everything looks good here. We don't need this file, so we're gonna remove it. So let's minimize this, and inside the components folder HTML, let's delete it and create a class todo. Inside this class, I'm gonna create another class. Let's name it as todo. Let's make this as todos and this as todo. After that, I'll create a class of ID so that we can fetch the numbers. For the junk data, I'll write 0. After that, we'll write dev class content, whatever we're gonna post inside that. So I'm gonna write content, and inside this I'm gonna write my todo. After that, I don't need any div now. We can create a button of class delete, and then inside that I'm gonna write so it's fine. Let's see in the browser how it's looking. Wait a couple of seconds. I'll read the code. So first we're gonna call it inside this. Okay, let's write app todos. So it's not fetching it. Let me see. Module. Okay, let's first see in the modules that should provide that todo component is automatically, as you can see here, the todo component is automatically has been imported in this. Let's see the issue. Let's first see the component name inside this file. Okay, the component is app.todo. That's why it's not fetching. Let's delete it. Now save it. Compiled successfully. 0 my to do and remove button. Let's move forward now. So this is fine, but we need to loop this so many times. So because of that, we can't write it so many times. For that, we're gonna create an array inside this to-do component. Under this constructor, now we can use Angular engine. For that, I'm gonna write title. Here I'm gonna write to do, not component. Okay, let's see. So let's save this file and we'll go back to our to do component.html, and inside this we're gonna call this class. So the name of the class here is title. That's why I'm calling this here. Let's see. You will see to do. If we'll change this to do app, now let's save this. It will show us to do app. Okay. So this is how we can inject our variables inside the DOM. So now let's delete it. Tools. Let's add here. Now let's save this. Let's compile error inside this file only. Title. So we have created an array here. So let's create a file because we don't want to access it from here. So we can create a file. Let's name it as to do. Or let's models first. Let's just create a folder first. Inside this models, we'll create a file to TypeScript. Inside this, we'll export a class to do. Here we'll give the content a string. And when it'll get completed, we'll get boolean. So as you can see here, intent and showing errors. Sign. It's working fine. Now let's save this file. Let's move forward. Let's first import to. We'll import this module todo.ts file. So it's in this to-do from tag modules and to-do. This is the path of this. So let's save this. We have to write to-do array. Components are done. So this is a keyword. So this array insert this. Here we'll write content. It's true, complete, completed. Okay, it's content is what we are going to show. So it's will come under again first content, and here we'll write true. So it's fine. We'll create two, so we'll copy it from here, paste it under there. It looks let's save this. The error is coming, can't fetch it, so I guess the reason behind it is it's fetching it. Yeah, let's save this. Still compilation error is coming. It's deleted. It's showing similar only. We're gonna have to work on our code. Let's minimize this. Now here we'll call a function attribute for the asterisk equals to let to do of do's, and then let I equals to index. Index will come under here, so this looks fine. Let's save it. So it can't fetch it, so we're gonna pass the index here. It's not fetching. So, okay, we have declared here as I as index, so we're gonna write I. Let's save it. Compile successfully. 1. Okay, fine. Before we go deeper into the code, I'm gonna copy this CSS file from here. Let's copy this and we're gonna paste it the component part. There are just simple CSS commands. You'll get this code in the description box. Let's save this. Let's cut this. CSS is not fetched. Let me just see. Oh, I did a mistake. The CSS should come under todo component.css. Let's save this. And let's save and cut this also on this. Now we'll open our app. So our application is going to look like this. These buttons are not functional right now, but we'll make it functional. So let's style it. Remove will remain the same because it is coming under the button part. Now we're gonna call methods, and the methods are like just functions. Okay. Now index, after that of todo complete. When it will get complete, then mark as done. Otherwise it was empty. So it's done. It's completed. Okay. Let's save this. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a method or a function so that whenever we click on this part, it'll just get cut or mark as done. For that, I'm gonna go to this todo component, and under this, I'm going to create a method toggle done. Here I'm gonna pass the ID, and inside this, so this, I'm gonna make it as here. Do tools dot map. Don't worry, I'm gonna tell you how this is working and what I'm doing. It's not fetching v and I. Just wait. Here I'm gonna write function. If I is equals to id, then p dot completed will get cut equals to not v dot completed, or if not, then return v. So what I'm gonna do here is, okay, this is left. I'm gonna pass the number here. Pass the number inside this ID. Things look normal. Let's find the issue here. What's the issue? Okay. We have declared v and I, but we can't fetch it because it's under this only. So to access this v and I here also, okay, check this. Let's see. It's second and it's coming like this. Let's go back to our code and make it as false only. Let's make this also. This both are coming like this. Okay. Let's declare the click function inside our component HTML. Okay. Here only I'll declare click. Whenever we click on any item, it'll pass through toggle. Done. Function. And here we're gonna pass inside the toggle I. So whenever we call this, we'll pass through I. Let's save this. Here also in the delete part. We're gonna do it later. Let's save it first. Let's see. Whenever we click on this, it'll either like this. Fine. Let's just go back to our code. After this, we're going to create a delete method. Let's name it as delete to. This will implement inside remove. Like here. So to delete, we're gonna write again this to do equals to this dot to do filter method. Here we'll call v and I can. This time we'll not repeat the old mistake. We're gonna write not equals to id. When I is not equals to id, remove it. This is a function. So we're gonna call it like we call inside our toggle done. So we're gonna save this. Going back to our code. After this, we'll right click. Whenever we click, it will call delete to do. And inside this, we'll pass index. Save this. Coming back to our component, let's just create our add to function. So let's first declare here the number. We are giving here number is whenever we'll put the number, only that time it will work. So we can't add a string here. So that's why we are declaring here number. Let's just delete this for now. Save it and see. Okay, the remove function is also working now. Going back to our code, what we'll need is remove or add. So now we'll work on let's create. First thing we're gonna do is inside this .html. So we're not writing to do. We'll here create a class dev, class name, we'll give it to do's, and inside this let's create a form. So this form will create an input from the user. So what he or she wants to enter in this. So first thing we'll need is the text. Next we need is the name. Input to. After that placeholder. Inside that box that will get created, we'll write enter your to. After that, we'll get the class of input to do. I have declared here as to do. Input. Now ahead. Let's one thing I'm forgetting is the ng model. Will get red because we are not. So this is coming red because we haven't created this input to do in the component. So we're gonna create it right now only. First let's just save this. Okay, and let's delete. Okay, let's just delete this, save this. It's coming red. Okay, let's to do is a string of, so here I'm declaring what will come under the string is a boolean only, or not boolean, string value only. Let's open this. Here I'm gonna import a ng module from Angular core, I guess. And the module is already fetched, so we're gonna need only import forms module. Angular form. Let's save this. Put it inside our app module. Yes, here we're gonna write this module. Where is app.module? We're gonna add this. Let's save this. So I've called this one. So it's working now. This div is not working. Let's delete this. So everything is working fine now. There is nothing. And you can add. It's not adding. Now everything is done. We're gonna create add to do. And inside this, we will call this dot to do's dot push it. Content which will come under this will be content. Whatever comes under this and to do, and then completed, then false. Let's close this, and after this let's create an empty string here called to do. Let's run this. It's the app we are looking for. Hello from Simplilearn. And whenever we click on its marking as done, we can also remove it. Yeah, and we can also add it. Like, share. If this is marked as done, then click here as done.
So what's in it for you? We'll first get familiar with both the programming languages by going through a quick introduction. Then we will compare React and Angular, focusing on their performance. After that, we will discuss the learning curve for learning both of these frameworks. We'll also get to know about the adoption of these frameworks and their application in the field of web development. After that, we'll compare the community support available for each framework. Then, we will dive into the industry trends and job prospects. And in the end, I'm going to tell you which technology to choose. But I will give you enough food for thought for you to choose the technology that suits you and your project best. So let me first give you an introduction to React. Now, React is a JavaScript library for UI development. It is managed by Facebook and has an open source community of developers. The framework was introduced in May 2013. It is currently one of the most popular front-end libraries for web development. Moving on to Angular. Angular is an open source JavaScript framework for web development and mobile development. It is TypeScript based and is managed by Google's Angular team and the Angular developer community. Launched in September 2016, Angular, also known as Angular 2.0, is a complete rewrite of AngularJS, which was introduced in 2010. It competes directly with React front-end library. Moving on, let's go ahead and compare the performance. Now, React's performance is greatly improved with the introduction of the virtual DOM and is generally better than that of Angular. React uses the concept of virtual DOM that puts less load on the browser. React was released with the USP of being faster than other frameworks available. Furthermore, since the data binding process is unidirectional, bindings are not assigned watchers as in the case of Angular. When it comes to Angular, it performs worse, especially in complex and dynamic applications. The performance of Angular apps is negatively affected by bidirectional data binding. Angular uses traditional DOM that updates the whole web page even if a single element is changed. However, the most recent update of Angular has greatly improved its performance and it does not lose to React anymore. So moving ahead, let me give you a brief insight into the learning curve. React is a library and not a framework. It is quite simple to understand if you're familiar with JavaScript. However, it takes time to learn how to set up a project properly. So you need to learn the Redux library, which is used in more than half of React applications for state management. React depends on other libraries to add functionality. Constant framework updates also require additional effort from the developer. Complex to understand. Some complicated features are embedded into the framework core, which means that the developer cannot avoid learning and using them. Angular itself is a huge library. So initial learning effort is worth it since you probably won't have to learn other libraries like React. Moving ahead, let's look at the community support. React framework is one of the most popular JavaScript frameworks worldwide. It has larger community support and you may face a lack of documentation at times. The community support makes up for the lack in documentation. When it comes to Angular, even though Angular was released before, its adoption is lesser when compared to React. Comparatively, it has a smaller community support. Documentation is on point and definitely better in the case of Angular. Also, the community support has improved over the few years. Moving on, let's look at adoption and application. React was released in May 2013. React is more popularly adopted by developers due to its simplicity. It is actively used by companies like Facebook, Twitter, Netflix, Airbnb, and many others. Now here, New York Times is one of the many popular websites built using React. Every news section acts as a separate component. So if any one of the component updates, the entire web page doesn't have to reload, making the web app feel much faster and smoother. This is just to give you a brief example. When it comes to Angular, it was released in October 2010. Even though it is improved now, developers used to ignore Angular due to its complexity at the time of its release. Angular is used by Google, Apple, Nike, McDonald's, and other companies. Now, Gmail is one of the many popular websites built using Angular. Only the initial loading takes time, but after that, everything is so smooth because it is preloaded onto the web browser. So, popularity of React and Angular in the last 5 years. We can clearly make out that React's popularity is increasing over time, while Angular's popularity is more of a straight line. Moving on to job trends, a React developer's average salary in the United States is around $91,000 per annum. In India, the average salary of a React developer is around 7.35 lakhs per annum. When it comes to Angular, an average salary of an Angular developer in the US is around $73,000. When it comes to India, the average salary is around 4.88 lakhs per annum. So in conclusion, Angular is a full-fledged mobile and web development framework. React is a library only for UI development, which can be turned into a full-fledged solution with the help of additional libraries. React seems simpler at first sight, and it takes lesser time to start working on a React project. However, that simplicity as the main advantage of React is neutralized because you have to learn to work with additional frameworks and tools. Angular itself is more complex and takes quite some time to master. Yet, it is a powerful tool that offers a holistic web development experience, and once you learn how to work with it, you reap the fruits. Now, there is no better framework. Both are updated continuously to keep up with the competitor. For instance, while React was believed to win because of its virtual DOM, Angular equaled the score by implementing change detection. In the end, Angular versus React is all a matter of personal preference, a matter of skills and habits. As a beginner in programming, you would probably benefit more from starting with React. As an experienced developer, you just keep working with what you know better.
Okay everyone, so we will go ahead with the next set of interviews which is related to your Angular. So Angular is as popular like in React. Okay, so there are some questions which are usually asked like what is the data binding? Okay, so the data binding is actually the process which allows the application, okay, to have some data associated with your HTML page from your TypeScript classes or the vice versa. Okay, so the data binding is the one through which you bind the data. Okay, so you can see here it says like Angular uses two-way data binding. When the changes happens in a model, it will be affected in a view, and when the changes happens in a view, it will affect the model also. So it is used to typically keep the model and view in sync with each other to have the data interchange. What is a TypeScript? TypeScript is a typical, I would say, a language which is used by Angular, okay, to develop Angular component services, pipes, decorators, and multiple things. It is a superset of JavaScript, and it supports JavaScript libraries and APIs. It is a pure object-oriented in nature, uses object-oriented principles, better development time, fast to load, and additional features to the JavaScript for sure. Okay. What is an AOT compilation? How it is different from JIT? AOT stands for ahead of time compiler, which is converting all Angular and HTML and TypeScript code into the JavaScript code during the build phase before the browser downloads and run the code. Okay, so AOT is far more faster and lightweighted in the size. Just-in-time compiler is a by default compiler. Okay, so it is a process where the compiling computer code to the machine code during the execution of runtime. So this ensures the faster rendering in the browser. It also known as called dynamic compilation. Are we clear? So when you want to develop this AOT compiler, you always use hyphen hyphen AOT. Okay, so here you always use JIT compiler because that is the by default compiler you use when you say ng build. Next, what are the pipes in Angular? So pipes means they are the decorators. They never change their default value, but just for the representation purpose, they change the values. Okay, to look more better the way they always want. Okay, so pipes are ready-made or else it can be customized, created. Angular also comes with lot many predefined pipes. Okay, like it comes with the pipe symbol here. Okay, so you can chain the pipes together. It can be provided with some arguments at the runtime with the colon sign. Okay, now you pass the input, you put the pipe and get some result with some decorated outcome. Now you can see the pure pipes uses the pure functions. Clear? So these pipe doesn't use any internal state and the output remains the same as long as the parameters passed to stay the same. Angular calls the pipe only when it detects the changes in the parameters being passed. A single instance of the pure pipe is used throughout the all components. Okay, so this is how you see how the pipes are being used. So we have defined the pipe, okay, which is the value called true and false for the pure, and giving the class by implementing pipe transform. So you can see here the impure pipes for the say for every change detection actually happens in an Angular. And impure is called, are we clear? It regards to the changes in the input fields. Okay, they will be calling every time. So multiple pipe instances are created for the say for these pipes. Inputs passed to these pipes can be mutable. By default, all pipes are pure. Only if you want to make it impure, you always say like pure colon true or pure colon false. Now, what are the promises and observables in Angular? See, promises, it is a typical JavaScript object. Okay, it emits a single values at a time. They execute immediately after the creation and not cancelable. They are pushed error to the child promises. Okay, where the observables are only executable when subscribed to them. They won't call unless you subscribe to them using subscribe methods. So they help perform operations like in for each, filter and retree and everything. When you unsubscribe this, they won't get called and won't listen anymore. What are the form controls and the form groups? See, the form controls and form groups, these are the two predefined objects comes with your Angular. So these all text boxes from you take the input, it may be radio buttons, it may be the drop down, it may be the check boxes are called form controls. Okay, so form controls is a class that enables the validation for every single input class, whichever you are creating it now. So they check the values which are touched, untouched or the dirty. Clear? Now we talk about called form group. They are basically forming a group which under which you have a called relevant fields joined together are called what? A form group. Okay, so form group class represents a group of controls like you talk about address, contains city, state and pin code. These all three can be together called as a form group. Okay, so the form group class basically return true if all controls are basically what? The valid. Okay, and they are designed to provide all the necessary validation errors. What is a eager and what is a lazy loading? Okay, so eager loading means what? It is a default module loading strategy followed in an Angular. Eager loadings are used before the application starts. These are typically useful for the small scale applications. Lazy loading, however, is designed for dynamically loads the features only on demand. This makes your application far more faster. So in a bigger application, we really don't make easy eager loading because it hamper the performance. And you want only when the client asks you want to use lazy loading. What is a string interpolation in Angular? See, string interpolation is written under the double curly braces. It is a typically one-way binding where you get the data from the TypeScript classes and display directly over your browser. It denotes with the curly braces and it always display the data comes from the component to the view.
By 2025, if you are not using AI to code, you might be falling behind. That might sound extreme, but the truth is AI is changing how we develop software at lightning speed. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced programmer, AI tools are opening up new opportunities you might not have thought possible. In this video, I will show you the top AI coding tools that will make you feel like you have got a full team of developers at your disposal. No matter if you're working on web apps, mobile projects, or data science, AI coding assistant can seriously boost your productivity. Before we get into the list, let me quickly explain what AI coding tools actually are. These tools use advanced machine learning to enhance your coding experience. They can suggest smart code completion, generate full code snippets, and handle repetitive tasks for you. Think of them as a helpful assistant, always there to make coding faster and easier. So now let's check out the best AI coding tools used in 2025. So welcome to the demo part of best AI coding tools for 2025. So in this, I will show you top 5 coding AI tools, right? First, we will start with ChatGPT. So I'm not talking about the simple one because simple one is everyone know, but recently ChatGPT launched GPT-4o with Canvas. So we will open this. Here I will write, give me login page code using HTML, CSS and CSS. Okay. See the magic. See, like this. So right now it's in beta version. Okay, so I guess those who have paid version, so they can use this. So now see here, what if I want to change these background color, only particular background color. I don't want to change all the code, but I just want to change these color, H2 color, or you can say display, it will block or something else. Okay, I want to change the padding of this particular class, right? So here what I will do, I will select this, and when pop-up will come, ask ChatGPT. So now you can just, here you can write, please change background color to blue. I don't know which color is that, but again I want to change it to blue. See, it will change only the background color. See, rest will be the same, right? See here, edited. So this is the best upgrade I can see with ChatGPT with coding, for coding. Okay, so let's see one more. Okay, so here what I will do, let's change the padding. Okay, here I will write increase, what is this, border radius, border radius. Okay, see here is 8, it will increase. See, it did 16, and the rest all is same. So this is one tool. Okay, ChatGPT 4o with Canvas. The second is Gemini. Okay, I'm not going to use Gemini into Gemini prompt, but I will open one thing, Google Colab. Okay, so here is Google Colab, and I will open new notebook. So here you will get Gemini inbuilt. Here you can see Gemini inbuilt. But first you have to log in. See, start coding or generate with AI. If I'll click on generate with AI, so it will ask me like this. So I will write, okay, give me code to find odd and even in C++. Okay, you can write anything. So I will write enter. See, it's generating and code is here in minute of seconds. Okay, if I will write in Java, the code is here in minute of seconds. Okay, in seconds it will give you. So this is the second. You can use Gemini as well in the, see, while giving prompt here, or you can open Gemini, right? You can open Gemini as well, but it's better if you are using Gemini for code, so use in Google Colab. Why? Because you can use or you can run code directly. Okay, Let's try to run it. Let me run it. See, it's running. Wait. Okay, some error is there. Invalid syntax. Why? Okay, why it's giving error? Because I opened this, it's notebook only. Okay, this is the Python notebook, right? That's why it's giving error. Okay, let me run this in Python. Oh my god. See, it's running nicely in Python because it's Python notebook. Okay, so these are the odd numbers and these are the even numbers, and numbers are already given here, right? So this is the second one, and the third one is Claude. Okay, I have to log in it first. So here, so in Claude as well, we have many models. You can say Claude 3.5 Sonnet and Haiku is there, and some more things are there. Okay, and here I will write. Okay, please give me code to make snake game in Python. Okay, so see, now it's generating. So some tools are, to generate code from the scratch, and some tools are the, suggestions tools. Okay, we will see the next one, the suggestion tool, what I am talking about. Okay, so here all the details for this particular code, and yeah. So third model is Claude. So this is how you can use Claude. So there are many models of Claude, like I told you already, 3.5 Sonnet is there, Haiku is there, and there is one more. Okay, where I can't see. Okay, but again, it's it's paid thing. Okay, and the next is Codium. Okay, so I will show you Codium. This is the Codium, right? This Codium is this. So I have already installed this Codium into my VS Code. Okay, see, Codium generate control plus I. See, this is the command. Just write. This is again Python one. Okay, give me code to find the prime numbers in Python. Okay, just submit, and the code will be here. See, okay, code will be here. Or if you write here, find the prime numbers. See, it will give you suggestion. Okay, if I will write define prime, and then see, again suggestion. If I will write this, again suggestion, then yeah, the code is complete. Okay, so it will give you suggestions as well. Okay, this is a Codium. So just like Codium, so this is our fourth tool, Codium, and just like Codium, there is one amazing tool which is called AWS Q Developer, Amazon Q Developer. This is the amazing tool. Okay, so recently they jumped into this thing, AI thing, AI coding, and you can install it to Visual Code directly as well. Okay, you can go here, and from where the extensions are there, you can write Amazon Q here. Okay, this thing you can install. Okay, it's like this Codium only. Let me show you some videos. What are the videos? Okay, so how Codium works. Okay, not here. I will show you in this. See, this is how Codium works. Again, same thing. See, if you write this, again the suggestions will come. Okay, lambda function to publish user, like Codium. Okay, so the fifth one is our Amazon Q. Okay, so there are many models like Copilot. This GitHub Copilot is there. GitHub Copilot is there. GitHub Copilot is there for this, AI coding, AI developer tool. And if you are curious to make a website within a second, so there is one more app called, not app, this tool, you can say, WebSim. Okay, see what you like to create today. I will write here Amazon, but okay, let me first, yeah. So, but they use Sonnet 3.5, means Claude. They are using Claude. So I will write here, I want to create Amazon.in. See, it will create website for you. No coding, nothing, all. Directly it will give you website. Okay, it's loading, I guess. So this is how you can use WebSim. Right? See, OnePlus Node, this came. Okay. I just gave Amazon.in and the website is here within a second. Okay. So these are some, important tools to learn or how to use them in 2025 for 2025. Using AI tools for coding is essential to be in the race. Okay. So these are some coding.
Did you know that you can easily build a website for free using AI? And that's not a trick. It's completely true. Thanks to the amazing new AI tools, anyone can create a website even without writing a single line of code. Even if you have no technical experience, you can set up a professional website quickly and easily. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can build a website without even writing a single line of code, using the power of AI and no-code tools. In today's video, we have split this video into two parts to make it more simple and easy to follow. So whether you are a complete beginner or a business owner or even a student, this is something anyone can do. In the first part, I'll guide you through how to build a website using Pantheon and WordPress. You don't need any coding skills for this. Plus, we will use Gravity Write, an AI tool that helps you generate content for your website, like About Us page or blog post. AI will take care of everything from writing to saving your time and also giving the maximum effort. In the second part, we look at some of the best AI website builders like Durable, Cleap AI, and Pineapple AI. These tools are actually free of cost and can build your website for you just in few seconds. You don't even have to worry about the design or content. AI will handle everything. It's fast, easy, and perfect for anyone who needs a website but doesn't want to struggle with coding. So, if you're looking to create a website quickly and for free, you're in the right place. Stick around and I'll show you step by step how to get your website live using these top-notch code and AI-powered platforms. So let's get started and see how AI is making web design easier than ever. So let's move on to the demo part. Alright, so now that we know what we're going to cover, let's jump into the first part, which is building a website using Pantheon. And this is the Pantheon website we have logged in. And for this, you have to just click on Get Started. And then we will move on to the WordPress part. So here, as you can see, you have to just simply fill up your details. So I've filled up my details here and just click on Continue. Wait for a few seconds till the dashboard is being loaded. And then you have to just simply click on Create a Site. And then we will be selecting WordPress. So now, as you can see, we have successfully logged into our Pantheon account and we have also created our account. Now the next step will be installing this WordPress account and then deploying our website in Pantheon in WordPress. So we will just simply click on WordPress here. Okay, you have to enter your Pantheon site name. Suppose I want to keep my name as Urban Threads India and then just click on Continue here. So as you can see, the site name already exists. So we have to just change our name. We'll just put new over here. Let's see what it shows. New Urban Threads. And just click on Continue. So if this website name is not registered, it will successfully create my website using this particular name. So now the dashboard is being loaded. We just have to wait for a few seconds till it deploys our WordPress. Okay, so now that our WordPress is successfully deployed, we just have to click on visit your Pantheon site dashboard, and then it will load the dashboard. So now you have to click on visit development site, and here you have to select the preferred language which you'll be using. So I've already selected my language, which is English here, and just click on continue. And now as you can see that our WordPress installation is successfully done. So now I'll be just writing my title name, which is new urban threads, and write the username here, provide your name, and yeah, this password you can copy it or you can change your password accordingly. Just provide your email address here and click on discourage search engines from indexing the site and just select on install WordPress. So now that our installation is completely done, we can log into our WordPress account, and here you have to provide your username and the email address which you have used in order to create this account. Copy paste the password here and just click on login. So this is the WordPress interface here. Now, okay, so this is the WordPress installation we have done, and now the next step will be building our website. So as you can see, we have successfully installed our WordPress, and this is the dashboard being shown. Now you have to click on plugins and just select add new plugin. And from here, you have to select plugin, which is a starter template, and just select enter. So this is the template which we will be using to create our website. So you have to install this template here, wait for a few seconds, and then click on activate. So there are two ways of building our website here. The first one is using the AI website builder, which will be using features like zip WP to help to build a website faster. And the second step, which is quite old and traditional, which is using the classic starter template. So using this method, you have to create a website, professionally designed templates to meet the requirements. I mean, you have to just select a template, already made website template, and from there you can customize and edit accordingly. But for the first step, I'll be showing you how to make using the AI website builder. So just simply click on build with AI. Okay, and here you have to select let's get started. So as you can see, we are building our website using zip WP, which is an AI tool that can automatically create our website content and layout, and it makes our work super easy. So now, as you can see, we are connecting our zip WP account with this website, Pantheon website, and then we will click on continue here. Okay, so as now you can see, we have logged into our zip WP account, and here from here you can select as per as your use. So for now, we will be going with the free version and just click on get started here. So this is the verification code it has sent to my email. We'll just wait for a few minutes. So now you have to give the name of your website which you're building, which was New Urban Threads, and you just have to provide the detail. What is this website used for? Is it for clothing, spa, gym, local business, non-profit, entrepreneur, agency? So here we will just click on entrepreneur and just click on next. So it's written describe your new urban threads in few words. So here you have to describe what your website, what your business is about in a few words. Or also here's an option like you can also write using the AI. So you can just simply click here, write using AI, and now you can see it has created a description for your Urban Threads website account. So it has already written what your website will be about. See, it's written it's an innovative fashion brand in San Francisco. Since we are in India, you can all modify here as per as your needs. So just provide Bengaluru, and I'll just give you India. Okay, and whatever customization you have to do, you can do it. So it was founded 2001. I'll just put it 2024 and just click on next. So as you can see, it has already given a description for your website here, and now you have to provide your email address. You can also add your social media account if you want to, and just click on next here. Okay, So these are the images you want to pick. So just select on the images. Since it's my clothing online store, you can just select few images from here. You can select this. You can also just simply search here fashion or street style fashion. Okay, so as you can see, these are few images it has shown for us. I'll just select this also. You can also upload your images if you want to, and then we will click on next. So now since we have described our website and given our contact details and address and also uploaded the image here, the next step is choosing the design. So here from this templates given, you can choose your design, whatever you want your website to be displayed as. So these designs are actually premium. You can select, since we are using the free trial here, you can select the free version here. So whatever style it's looking good, you can just select that accordingly. Since I like this more, I'll just select this. And this is just a sneak peek of how our actual website will be. So just take a look, how will it look like? Alright, and from here you can actually upload your logo. So just click on select files. So this is our logo here, new urban threads. And you can also decrease the logo width accordingly. You can also change the font pair, whatever you want your website font to be in. So since I like this more, I'll just keep it this. You can change the color palette also. So I'll be selecting this as my color palette and I'll select continue. So also you can add features in your website, what features you want. Blog, contact form, automation integrations, video player, page builder, e-commerce, that cart, donations, free live chat. So I will just simply click on free live chat as I want this to be displayed as a feature in my website, and I'll just select start building. So we are preparing your website. You just have to wait for a few seconds till it prepares our website. So as you can see, our website is now ready and you can just click this option. Okay, and now the next step will be editing our layout and the content in our website according to. Just simply click on edit page here. So from here you can just edit the homepage sustainable or okay. So this is the description here. You can add it accordingly, or you can also ask the AI to write it or make it more shorter here. You can also change the layout of this button, and from here click on content and the image icon you want it to be. So if you want this icon to be enabled, you have to just click on select here, and what style you want in your title plus your description. You can just change it accordingly. Since I want to keep it in white color, I'll just go with it. And okay, Alex turns journey to some sustainable fashion. These are the demo post 1 reviews. You can just simply click here and change if you want to. These are the testimonials of what our customers say here. And now if you want to stay in touch, you have to just enter your email address. To continue reading, you can just select here. So see, you can just customize it accordingly and edit your layout if you want to. And the best way I do it is using an AI tool known as Gravity Write. So you can just search your Gravity Write. This AI tool will help you to generate content for your website. I'll just show you how. So you have to just enter your email address here. Okay, so as you can see, it has got bundles and plenty of option here to provide you content for any of your thing, for booking management, course creator, music, website content. So since I want content for my website, see, you can even get some domain name ideas and create homepage, service page content using this AI tool, which is really amazing. So let's go back to our web page and we will just simply save this. So now we have finally viewed our page here. So this is how our actual page will look like. Our actual website, how it looks like. Isn't it really amazing? Just within few seconds, following few steps, you are now able to create an amazing website. Also, just a quick info for you, if you want to make your career in machine learning and AI, you can unlock your potential in machine learning with Simplilearn's professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning, which is in collaboration with IIT Kanpur, which is designed for aspiring AI professionals. This program will offer hands-on experience with machine learning algorithms, deep learning, NLP, and many more. A year of experience is preferred. So you can hurry up now and enroll in this course and start your step forward in the future of AI and machine learning. You can find the course link in the description box and in the pinned comment. So now that we have created a website, the next step is purchasing a domain name. For this, you can use one website which is called Web Space Kit or Hostinger. So I'll be showing you here. Just simply type Web Space Kit. And if you think you can buy a free domain, I don't think so. It is possible to buy a free domain. It's obviously paid, but then you can use this website to actually buy a domain in lesser price, which is only 139 rupees per month. And you can just view the plans and simply buy. And the next website is Hostinger. So these services will let you buy a domain and host your website in a very small fee. So all the links will be added in the description box if you want to check out these websites and create and buy your domain for publishing it online in the internet. You can use either Hostinger or WebSpaceKit. Also, one more thing. Now that we have decided to move our website for WebSpaceKit for hosting, you need to install a plugin on your Pantheon website, which is known as Migrate Guru. And using this plugin, you can actually, wait, I'll show you the plugin here. So you have to just simply click on add new plugin, and the plugin name is Migrate Guru. So we'll just search for Migrate Guru here. And using this, you have to just simply click on this. Now, why do we have to do it? I've already explained you. This will help you just have to install it on both your Pantheon site as well as your WebSpace, and it will help you to move everything over just within a few clicks. So we have now created a fully functional website using our AI. The second step was using the template version. You can also use the template version if you want to. So now that we have covered how to build a website using Pantheon, WordPress, so now we will discuss quickly the free AI tools which you can use to make your website even more faster. The first one on the list is Hookos AI. So you just have to simply click on Hookos AI Builder and it will create your website within just 5 minutes. So you have to just simply enter your email address and just click on Get Your AI Website here. As you can see, within just few steps, you have to just provide the details and the description of your website purpose. So suppose it's for travel, just simply write travel here and select categories like travel agent, equipment store. So it's a travel blog, so I'll just simply click on travel blog here. So you just can provide it accordingly what features you want to be included in your website here. So if I want to create a blog website for travel, just simply click on write a blog and just create a website. So as you can see, these are the steps here involved. So it's for my online business only. You can just simply provide business name here. Wander with me is my website name. So now you can see we're almost finished. So select the 3 unique aspects of your business, which is affordable prices, friendly, easy navigation, and just select on continue here. Just one more step and we will be done building our website. The second step is you can either what website visitors, how you want your website visitors to connect with you. So if you want your website visitors to connect via phone or contact form, I want them to connect via contact form and I'll just simply click on continue. So this is the layout they have generated for us for my travel blog website. Select the template you wanted. I like this one, so I'll just quickly quickly click on this and select continue. So see, this is the website it has created for me here, and it's really good. So I really like the layout it has generated for me here, and also the font. You can just change, customize, and edit your blog accordingly. If you want to keep it in pink color, you can also choose that, and also edit the images if you want to. See, you can add your touch here, and I like it in this font. If you like it in this font, you can just simply click here and create my website. So as you can see, our site is now created here, and this is really amazing. I mean, within just a few steps, you can create a fully functional website using this AI tool. Now let's discuss the second AI tool on the list, which is Leia AI. Just search your LEIA AI website builder. And this is also one of the amazing website builder you can create within just few seconds. You have to just click on get started here and just type, suppose I want a yoga studio website, and just click on next here. Just build my site and click on continue. So it will not take even a minute to build this website. Just click on view it. And now you can see that a yoga studio website is functionally built here. Like just within. And this is way more, I guess, faster than the previous AI website we have discussed before. I mean, you do not have to even provide description and it will just generate website for you. So from here, you can just simply replace the image, delete the element you want to, and add the content accordingly. So this was way more faster than the previous website, AI website we have generated. Now let's quickly dive into the third website tool, which is Pineapple AI. Just simply type Pineapple AI website builder and see. This is the website's interface, and here also you can just simply write your website you want. For example, you want a website for kindergarten school. You want to create a website for kindergarten school offering best education in town with all the modern technologies used to educate students. And just simply click on generate here. So see, you have to train your AI and just provide the business details you want to, and just simply click on next option to generate your website. So you can just simply click on the website template you want to. So if I like this one, I'll just simply click here and just click on AI customize, and see, it will generate a website for you. And from here, you can add details to start generation. And like this, you can create a website. I mean, it is good, but I like the previous two AI tools more, which could create really amazing website within just a few seconds. This was the template we had selected, and from here you have to just simply click on each of the content you want to edit and just pick your design here. Alright, so let's move on to the next website, which is Cleep AI. Just simply search Cleep AI website builder, and let's see how this website is. So you can just simply click on try for free option here and search for business. If your business is related to health and beauty, just select that. If you're an entrepreneur, select entrepreneur. What name it should be? Fit India. What's your goal? To make money online. Location you can set accordingly. With AI, add some information. For information, you can use either ChatGPT or your Gravity Right to generate content. So just copy paste the content here from either ChatGPT or this. You can also provide your logo and the picture of your choice and just simply click on next here. You can choose any of the style you want. And now you can see that your AI is building your content. So as you can see, this website is being created using the Clean AI tool. So this is a website. You can just click on the site settings and just change the template or the style you want, however you want to be. So let's talk about the final AI website builder, which is my personal favorite, which is Durable AI. So we just click on Durable AI and let's check how this AI will create content for us. We'll just select generate your website here. So what type of website are you building? It's we will use the same fashion online clothing store. Name of your business is Trendy Collections. Just click on generate websites. So you just have to wait for a few seconds and our website will be generated. So since I had provided my location, Bangalore, so it has created my website called Bangaluru's latest collection website. You can check it now. So as you can see, our website is now ready and you can also edit your website accordingly. This tool creates websites in a matter of seconds. Just give some basic details and Durable AI generates a complete website including content, images and layout. If you're in a hurry, this is the perfect solution for you. I would highly recommend using this tool. And now you can see the pricing label and everything mentioned here. It's superb. I mean, the quality and the layout it has provided is really good. So now you can just click on edit section and edit accordingly. So let's talk about the very first top AI tool, which is Skillora.ai. This AI tool aims to provide the best AI-driven mock interview experience. You can take mock interviews for any job roles and subject, receiving instant constructive feedback. Skillora's AI interviewer listens to your responses and asks dynamic flow of questions to test your depth of knowledge. With the Essential plan, you gain access to 6 AI mock interviews per month. You'll receive instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports, helping you upgrade your skills for just $8 per month. The premium plan allows you to enjoy 15 AI mock interviews per month. You'll get the same instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports along with priority support, maximizing your learning for only $15 per month. Next up, we have Visco's. Visco's advanced AI coach is designed to elevate your job interview skills, harnessing insights from over 10,000 companies. It offers tailored sessions that simulate real interviews, providing personalized feedback and performance analytics. It transcribes your performance and delivers a conversational experience akin to an actual interview. It also offers customized feedback and performance analytics, helping you refine both your answers and communication skill. During practice session, you can craft questions specific to your desired role and industry, ensuring relevance and depth in your preparation. Supporting various interview styles. The price for AVA services are available for free. Next up, we have Interviewing.io. Interviewing.io is an AI-powered platform that provides candidates with simulated technical interviews. The platform uses machine learning algorithms to assess your coding skills, problem-solving abilities, and communication style. You can get 4 simulated technical interviews for $225. Next up, we have Mockmate. Mockmate is an AI-powered tool that allows you to practice answering common interview questions. This tool provides feedback on your answers and gives tips on how to improve your performance. The service is available for $29 per month. Moving on to ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an AI chatbot that can be used to practice answering interview questions in a conversational setting. The chatbot can be customized to simulate the style of an actual interview, and it provides feedback on your answers. The free plan allows you to get started with writing assistant, problem solving, and many more. You will have limited access to ChatGPT 4o mini, including data analysis, file uploads, vision, web browsing, and custom GPTs. All of this is available at no cost. Then we have the Plus plan, which is for $20 per month. The Plus plan amplifies your productivity by offering early access to new features, access to ChatGPT 4, 4o, and GPT 4o's mini, up to 5x more messages for ChatGPT 4o. You can access to data analysis, upload files, vision web browsing, and DALL-E image generation. You can also create and use custom GPTs. Then we have My Interview Practice. My Interview Practice is an AI tool that allows you to practice interviews in a simulated environment. The platform uses AI to generate interview questions based on your chosen field and provides instant feedback on your responses. This tool is particularly useful for those who want to practice their interview skills in low-pressure environment. The Plus plan is for $49 per month. You get 1 month of access. And the Premium plan is for $57 per month, and you will get access to additional features and many more benefits. Next up, we have Udly. Udly offers real-time interview coaching using AI. It analyzes your speech and body language, providing feedback on how to improve your performance. Udly services are available for free. Now you might be wondering how AI tools can help you ace your job interviews. AI tools can assist in several ways. At first, we have research companies. AI tool provides information about companies' website, news articles, and social media, helping you tailor your answers to the interview's question. Practice questions. AI tool help you practice answering common interview questions, boosting your confidence and preparation. Feedback. AI tool offers feedback on your answers, highlighting areas for improvement and refining your responses. Personalized advice. AI tools provide tips and advice on improving your interview skills, giving you an edge to your next job interview. Choose the right AI tool and select an AI tool that fits your needs and preferences. Use the tool consistently, starting a few weeks before your interview to maximize its benefits. After practicing with the AI tool, get feedback from others to identify areas for further improvement. Dress professionally and be punctual for your interview to make a positive first impression. Show enthusiasm and confidence during the interview to leave a lasting impression on the interviewer. AI tools can significantly aid in interviewing preparation. By using them effectively, you can enhance your chances of success in your next job interview. That's a wrap on a full course on Angular. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Thank you for watching and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.